Good evening, one and all. We welcome you to the International Conference on Psychology, Counseling, Behavioral Sciences, Social Sciences, Health, Well-being and Sustainable Development 2023 and Psychology Day and Psychology Week 2023 celebrations commemorating Psychology Day at UN and Psychology Week 2023 by APA, and also commemorating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, nation celebrating 75 years of independence, and United Nations Sustainable Development Goals 2015 to 2030 as part of awareness and campaigns, and World Health Month 2023, and also India's G20 presidency. In collaboration with Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute, Center for Art, Sciences and Well-being, and various other collaborators, like Brahma Kumaris, Pure Earth Foundation, and all other collaborators. On behalf of the organizing team, we welcome you to the international conference. So before we start our proceedings, let's take the blessings of Almighty.
Kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhanasampadah Shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhanasampadah Shatru buddhi vinashaya Deepajyotirnamostute Deepajyotirnamostute Shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhanasampadah Shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhanasampadah.
With the blessings of Almighty, we shall continue with today's sessions. Today, on this occasion of Psychology Day at UN, and also this entire week is commemorated as APA Psychology Week 2023. On this occasion, we are organizing this conference recognizing the positive impact of psychology on our lives, our communities, and our world. Today, psychology plays a major role in changing the behavior because we are facing severe climate change crisis and no one is left untouched by the climate crisis. Now, in this context, we all need to work together in combating this climate change. So how do we go about? We need to bring behavioral change, attitudinal change of our citizens towards climate change. That is only possible, when we work together and when we come together closer, working together with behavioral sciences. Today, we have very high IQ, right? We have lots of technology. We have lots of sciences emerging. But what we are lacking is the right kind of understanding, the right kind of relationships, and the right kind of approach, perspective towards our fellow beings on the planet. We somewhere have forgot that we are just, we in the sense we human beings, are just one among the 8.4 billion species that are existing on the planet. So we are also just one species of 8.4 billion species that are there on the planet. So even they have the equal rights as we have. The primary right is right to live, right to life. Every species on the planet has equal right to live on this planet and have equal right and access to the natural resources. So they have equal rights to their habitats, to their livelihoods. But what is happening in the present day? We are exploiting the nature, environment, the natural resources, which is causing depletion of natural resources at an alarming rate. And not only that, it is creating disasters like climate change, floods, hurricanes, and droughts. And it is also not just limited to these physical, geographical, or demographical impacts, but also it is causing a serious impact. And we have seen so much of pandemics. And most of these pandemics are due to zoonotic diseases, which are transmitted from animals, birds to human beings. Why? Because we are consuming a lot of meat. We are consuming animals and birds through which we are interacting, especially pets are, comparatively safe. Even pets are not safe for that matter, because this constant human and animal interaction is causing a conflict. And because of consumption of meat, that is excessive meat, that is also causing a lot of pandemics. If you see most of the pandemics which has occurred, all the roots are lying in consumption of meat. We are killing them, we are brutally torturing them, and we are consuming them. And that is causing, climate change, because we are impacting the food cycle. Nature has created us in such a way that we all are supposed to coexist together. We all need to live in harmony. We all need to support each other and help each other in sustainable development. But what is happening today? Today, we are exploiting natural resources and we are killing, hunting, poaching, and we are torturing animals, birds, and for fun, for food, for various other byproducts. And we are seriously disrupting and outbalancing the ecosystems. So ecosystems are being affected. From the moment we take birth, from the moment we are born out of our mother's womb, we are dependent on the environment. The first thing, when the baby comes out of mother womb, the baby immediately needs oxygen. From where that oxygen comes from? From the environment, from the planet in which we live. So from there, till we die, from womb to tomb, we are completely dependent on the planet which we live. But what we are doing? We are destroying our own planet. We all might remember these favorite tales that are being told by our parents and grandparents as lullabies and other, stories, pastime stories. Like a fool is the one who sits on the branch and cuts on this, cuts the same branch on which he is sitting. We all have laughed how stupid he is, how foolish he is. No, he is sitting on the same branch and cutting the same branch towards the branch of the tree. So what will happen when the branch is cut? He, along with the branch, will fall down and may cause serious injuries or also the death of the person. This is what we are doing today. We are living on the same planet, and at the same time, we are also exploiting and damaging our own planet. Why? Because of lack of proper understanding that we all belong to one family. The beautiful concept provided by Vasudevaka Kutumbakam, that is one world, one planet, one family. When we are deviating from this concept, when we are moving away from this concept, so we are creating divisions among the species. We are creating divisions not only among the species, but also within the species. In the name of caste, in the name of creed, in the name of race, ethnicity, religion, and lot of barriers we are creating among the human beings, not only among human beings, but even between the animals, birds, and plants, trees. And we started exploiting each and everything for our benefit. So we always have the basic needs met by the environment, nature, planet. But our greed for more and more accumulation of wealth and resources is destroying the planet, and today we are paying for it. We see constant rise of temperatures, we see constant droughts, we see constant pandemics hitting, and it is not a great thing today to see every morning you open up newspaper, or every morning you tune it into radio, or every morning you start your television. You see that at some point of the world, at some place, a disaster has struck. And there is a huge loss of life. Life includes everything. It may be human beings, animals, plants, and other species. Today, constantly, temperatures are rising across the world, including the North and South poles, where the temperatures used to be -80, -60 degrees Celsius. Today, we are observing +20 degrees at those polar regions. Can you imagine? We are not even able to tolerate the present temperatures if it exceeds 1 or 2 degrees. Now, summers, especially in India, can you imagine? We are touching 50, and somewhere after 35, we are feeling very uncomfortable, and at 50, we are seeing so many deaths. And just imagine, -82 +20, 100 degrees change, what we have done to the planet. How many species have extincted? How many species have become endangered? How many species have become vulnerable? Today, polar bears, penguins, seals have no eyes. They are losing their habitats. They are losing our resources. Why we say our resources? not only their resources, the fresh water which is on the planet is in the form of glaciers. Now we know the ocean water is not suitable for drinking as it is. We cannot consume because it's highly salty and we need to process it. We need to do desalination, remove salt from it and all other impurities from that so that it can be used for drinking. So these glaciers, which are there in the form of, icy mountains, are melting at a very high rate. And we can see the recent incident where the glaciers are breaking up and huge blocks of these pieces of ice glaciers, which are almost 10-story, 20-story building, and a huge playgrounds are being departed from the glaciers, mountains, and they are floating in the oceans, which are due to warming, global warming, they are getting melted. So all these fresh water, they are getting mixed up in the oceans. So we are losing that water. And even Himalayan regions where there used to be huge ice, now can you see we can see many mountains which were rich sources of this pure clean water, which are sources for our life perennial rivers. Our Indus Valley civilization, which is the oldest civilization on the planet. All the civilizations started on the banks of the rivers, water bodies. But today, we are destroying all the sources of these perennial rivers. Today, we see all these glaciers are melting down at a higher rate. Now, this is causing a huge change. So, freshwater resources depleted from 3% on the planet to presently less than 1%. We had just 3% of freshwater sources. Now, thanks to our activities, thanks to our science and technology, which we have misused, abused, and today, thanks to our human activity, development activity, we have created a havoc on the planet. And today, this decade is being commemorated as Decade of Restoration by United Nations. And this decade, we are talking about Sustainable Development Goals. So now what is required? We have technology, but we are misusing, abusing the technology for exploitation of natural resources, as we are lacking the right understanding, right perspectives towards our own planet and natural resources. So there is a serious lacune or the gap we need to bridge. This behavioral change, attitudinal change, and the kind of proper understanding has to be, developed. Appropriate perspectives, appropriate thought process, appropriate behaviors and actions need to be inculcated so that we can save ourselves. Now today, many species are facing extinction. They are getting endangered and they have already become extinct. Now, there is not much long where humans are going to be extinct. Soon, this is going to happen. Take it for granted, because the way the planet has survived since millions and billions of years, and in the past 200, 300 years, today we are facing the crisis, so much destruction we have created. And in the next 100 years, this is not my assumption, but based on the facts of the recent IPCC reports and various scientific communities across the world, including UN Environment and UN systems and various other scientific bodies who are relentlessly working on various aspects of global emissions, climate change, global warming, all are giving serious warnings, global threats to all the countries. If we do not act now, if this decade is not properly utilized in the coming years, then soon most of the food systems which we are dependent on will be gone forever. That means the entire ecosystems are disrupted. As I mentioned, from womb to tomb. Why we say tomb? Even after you die, our bodies has to get decomposed, either based on different practices. It has to, it will again be mixed with the earthly elements. Either it is burnt or either it is buried. It gets decomposed and mixed with the soil and the planet. So that's where we are forming. And that's where it is a cycle. Like matter is never created, not destroyed. It only changes the forms. So we, from cell division and cell union, we are created, and ultimately from the decomposition of our body, we get again reunited. So matter is not being created, it is there, existing, and it is just changing its form. So we need to consciously be aware, and as a psychologist, as a behavioral professionals, it is our responsibility now. We are holding this greater responsibility in creating a positive impact, not only at individual level, not just in our lives, but also in our communities and our world. Now, we have a huge responsibility as psychologists, as counselors, as behavioral professionals. We need to bring this change in the population so that we can act as a deterrent to the climate change, to the disasters, so that we can save ourselves. Not only just save ourselves, but also protect the 8.4 billion species on the planet. Now, the concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, as it says, everyone is equal, everyone belongs to one family. That means every Yeah, excuse me. Sorry, I got an important call to attend. So, yeah. So, where we were? So, as a psychologist, we have a great role to play in bringing up the behavioral change. Now, that's why this year theme or this conference theme itself is, the diverse ways of psychology, how psychology can be used in different ways and also in various discipline, various walks of life, and how this can be used to create an impact in our lives, in our nature, and also in our environment, both internal as well as the external environment. So now, who can do this wonderful job? As a psychologist, as a counselor, as a behavior specialist, now we have a greater role. And also, we can have social workers along with us, and we have various other people like activists, and we need to work in a multidisciplinary team. There has been days where we were working independently, but today it is not so. We need to work, we need to learn to work in interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary team where we need to work closely so that we can bring on change. Now, that's why the theme has rightly put it as diverse ways of psychology. Now, there are also a lot of myths and misconceptions about psychology, that this is psychology, this is not psychology, and and what is psychology, what is not psychology, and which comes under which psychology, which branch of psychology, which specialization of psychology. All these aspects are there. So we also need to discuss in detail, as we don't have much extensive divisions like departments, or you can call as subdisciplines or specialties or subspecialties in India, as much, this American Psychological Association has. They have around 56 divisions. 54 that can be counted as 56 divisions. And there are various other divisions also under proposal. So each division can be taken as a discipline or a subdiscipline of psychology, or a specialization or a subspecialization of psychology. Now, there are these different divisions are there. Divisions in the, say, let's, for easy understanding, we can talk as departments or disciplines or specialties. Now, we need to rethink our approach of psychology in various disciplines. Now, that's why our theme also says various, diverse ways of psychology. So we need to break the barriers. We are more or less like a frog in a wall. We are sitting, like we are frogs sitting in a well. And we are assuming that this is only the world. But outside the well, there is a whole world beyond the well. So we need to break out these barriers of what we think is psychology and what we have learned is psychology. Today, we are cutting the barriers of disciplines, and we are traveling, we are moving towards a multidisciplinary approach, because everything is closely being dependent on each other at the same time. It doesn't mean, you make a good khichdi out of everything. You understand khichdi in the sense of cocktail, mixing up of all the disciplines and making a new. It doesn't mean so. It means that appreciating one's own discipline and respecting one's own discipline's boundaries and limitations and scope, co-working with other disciplines to ensure the optimum outcomes of the combination of one or more disciplines. So today, we need to come up with more subspecializations, specializations, where we can work on the impacts of the environment on us. Today, when we look at various divisions of psychology, especially, we have around 56 divisions of psychology. We have 56 divisions or 54 divisions. Why, I will tell you. We have total 56 divisions of psychology. In APA, like Society for General Psychology, which is first division or division 1, we call. And we have Society for the Teaching of Psychology, division 2. And we have division 3, Society for Experimental Psychology and Cognitive Science. And we have division 5. You have to note the difference. Division 4 is missing. So that's why there are certain divisions. Because of that, though we have 56 divisions, there is a difference. I will talk about this later on. So now assume that as per the division number, we have 56 divisions. And we have fifth division as quantitative and qualitative methods. And we have sixth division, Society for Behavioral Neuroscience and Comparative Psychology. We have division 7, Developmental Psychology. Division 8, Society for Personality and Social Psychology. Division 9, Society for the Psychological Study of Social Issues, in short known as SPSSI. And Division 10, Society for Psychology of Aesthetics, Creativity and Arts. Division 12, Society of Clinical Psychology. Division 13, Society of Consulting Psychology. Division 14, Society for Industrial and Organizational Psychology. Division 15, Educational Psychology. Division 16, School Psychology. Division 17, Society of Counseling Psychology. Division 18, Psychologist in Public Service. Division 19, Society for Military Psychology. Division 20, Adult Development and Aging. Division 21, Applied Experimental and Engineering Psychology. Division 22, Rehabilitation Psychology. Division 23, Consumer Psychology. Division 24, Society for Theoretical and Philosophical Psychology. Division 25, for Behavioral Analysis. Division 26, Society for the History of Psychology. Division 27, Society for Community Research and Action. Division of Community Psychology. 28, Psychopharmacology and Substance Use Abuse. Division 29, Society for the Advancement of Psychotherapy. Division 30, Society of Psychological Hypnosis. Division 31, State, Provincial and Territorial Psychological Association Affairs. Division 32, Society for Humanistic Psychology. Division 33, Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities, Autism Spectrum Disorder. Division 34, Society for Environmental Population and Conservation Psychology. Division 35, Society for the Psychology of Women. Division 36, Society for the Psychology of Religion and Spirituality. Division 37, Society for the Child and Family Policy and Practice. Division 38, Society for Health Psychology. Division 39, Society for Child and Family Policy and Practice. Division 38, Society for Health Psychology. Division 39, Society for Psychoanalysis and Psychoanalytic Psychology. Division 40, Society for Clinical Neuropsychology. Division 41, American Psychology, Law Society. Division 42, Psychologists in Independent Practice. Division 43, Society for Couple and Family Psychology. Division 44, Society for the Psychology of Sexual Orientation and Gender Diversity. Society for the Psychological Study of Culture, Ethnicity, and Race. Society for Media Psychology and Technology. Division 46. Division 47, Society for Sport, Exercise, and Performance Psychology. Division 48, Society for the Study of Peace, Conflict, Violence, Peace, Psychology Division. Division 49, Society of Group Psychology and Group Psychotherapy. Division 50, Society of Addiction Psychology. Division 51, Society for the Psychological Study of Men and Masculinities. Division 52, International Psychology. Division 53, Society of Clinical Child and Adolescent Psychology. Division 54, Society of Pediatric Psychology. Division 55, Society for Prescribing Psychology. And finally, the Division 56, which is Trauma Psychology. So these are different sub-disciplines of psychology. So there is a very broad concept of what is psychology and what is not psychology, and what can be studied in psychology and what cannot be studied in psychology. So almost everything can be studied under the psychology with limitations. So we need to look, because science itself has a lot of limitations. Because the science itself is very much limited and has a lot of limitations. Any science, including psychology also, which comes under social sciences and at times, certain aspects of behavioral sciences, the science itself has limitations. Even all the sciences have severe limitations. So appreciating the scope and as well as the limitations of each and discipline and sub-disciplines, there are various topics that can be studied. So today, the need of the hour is the climate change. Now, how we are going to address this climate change, and it is impacting each and everyone in the world. It's not just human beings. It is impacting various species on the planet. Now, what we are doing for that, and we have a greater role as psychologists, as behavioral professionals, we have a greater role to play to bring in change in terms of perspectives, change in terms of thought process, change in terms of behaviors, change in terms of actions, to take favorable and the required actions. So we have a triad of cycle: thoughts, behaviors, and actions. So when we are able to change our thought process, those reflect through behaviors and which are implemented through actions. So now we have a greater role to play as a psychologist, as a counselor, or as a social worker, to bring in, to accelerate this change towards sustainable development. So this theme, or these all sessions, or these 7 days of our conference, is intended to bring the diverse perspectives of psychologists and psychology subdisciplines and explore how we can contribute to the health, well-being, and also sustainable development of the individual, of the community, and at large of the planet. So now we will together explore how we can contribute to the sustainable development and to the health and well-being of not just human beings, but also animals, plants, the flora and fauna, as well as the entire planet. So our focus is on deliberations, discussing on various aspects. So we invite and request every one of you, those who have registered, we have 300 plus registrations, but we can see a fraction of them here. That itself shows how we are concerned about our own initiatives and how whether we are really looking forward for any solutions and how we are looking towards our initiatives and approaches. So we'll also explore. So we'll also see how different, through different divisions, different specialties, we can explore the different ways to study and take solutions forward with different perspectives. So let's take pledge and let's take today together an initiative to see and work in a very constructive, productive, positive way to promote sustainable development of the planet, including all the living beings and non-living beings and the natural resources of the planet, towards its conservation, protection, and also development of the species. So with this brief introduction on the themes and on the various aspects of the conference, now we have invited various papers, presentations, where we will see how we can take it forward through various presentations and discussions and deliberations in this week-long conferences, where we all can, in fact, contribute to these deliberations and bring out a very, very good outcome. And before I conclude this session and open up for discussion, let me quickly share with you all the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, which we have set to be achieved by 2030. So the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, adopted by all United Nations member states in 2015, provides a shared blueprint for peace and prosperity for the people and the planet now into the future. As its heart are 17 Sustainable Development Goals, which are an urgent call for action by all countries developing in a global partnership. So we recognize that ending poverty and other deprivations must go hand in hand with strategies that improve our health, education, reduce all kinds of inequalities, and spur economic growth, all while tackling climate change and working to preserve our natural resources, including oceans and forests. So we have total 17 sustainable development goals. I will just quickly mention the first goal is end poverty in its all forms everywhere. More than 4 years of progress against poverty has been erased by COVID-19. With the COVID-19, entire planet got affected. Especially, it's a great boon for the nature to restore itself to some extent, but it has a huge impact on the livelihood of humans, and it has affected the livelihoods of millions and millions of people. Because many of the population, those we have just a few population are in fact, we can say just few people who are having accumulation of the entire wealth of the planet, and the other side, we have huge population who are struggling for their day-to-day livelihood. And we, on the other side, we have people who are sufficient enough, but cannot meet the adversities for a long time. So these three kinds of population have been affected, but the most are the vulnerable who were entirely dependent on day-to-day livelihood. So they were severely affected. They lost their lives, they lost their family members, and they lost everything, including themselves in the process. And poverty has risen. Though the richers have been becoming more and more richer, but the poorer has been becoming more poorer and poorer. The divide is growing more and more. And even from the COVID, we didn't learn much. By the activities that are being resumed, by the behavior we are seeing, people have become more self-centered, and they are accumulating more wealth, and they are accumulating more and more resources, thinking, what if another pandemic comes and we are running out of resources, or if we ran out of resources? So though in COVID time, we have learnt good lessons, but at the same time, after COVID, we have learnt to be more conservative, more selfish, more self-centered. And today, we are accumulating more and more of resources which are very limited in nature, which are causing deprivation, so that others are not getting benefits of those resources. So now, here also we can play a great role. And the poverty has increased a lot through this COVID period. So the entire 4 years of efforts have been erased by this pandemic of COVID-19, and working poverty rate rose from the first time in 2 decades. Because of this pandemic, in the last 2 decades, in 2019, it was 6.7% poverty rate. In 2020, it rose up to 7.2%. And now, 2022 and recent 2023, it has rose so much for the first time in the decades, pushing an additional 8 million workers into extreme poverty. And rising inflation and impacts of war in Ukraine further derailed the progress, and number of people living in extreme poverty in 2022, the pre-pandemic projection was around 581 million, and the current projection was 657 to 667 or 76 million is a projection. Actual figures are much more. And then unemployment cash benefits during the pandemic 2020, we see there is a lot of disparity. High income countries, it was 52.2%, whereas in the low income countries, it was 0.8%. And disaster related deaths also rose six-fold in 2020, largely as a result of pandemic. And even the modern day assumptions or the modern day expectations or the modern day statistics, whatever we call, it says that in every decade, in the coming decades, we will have such pandemics. That means we are under serious threat. If we don't act now, we are going to pay a hefty price ahead. So the Sustainable Development Goals Report 2022 has portrayed these statistics. And under goal number 2, end hunger, achieve food security and improve nutrition and promote sustainable agriculture. Conflict, COVID-19, climate change, and growing inequalities are covering to undermine food security worldwide. Today, we see there are more people, though we have 6 times more food production than required, but lot of food is being wasted. And we have also statistics. I am not going to in detail now at this point of time, but soaring food prices also affected the accessibility and affordability of food grains to the population. 47% of the countries in 2020 has gone up from 16% in 2019. 47% of the countries, the food prices has soared like anything. Even in India, we have observed that. And about 1 in 10 people of the total population worldwide are suffering from hunger. Now we are at one side accumulating more and we are not able to do justice. And the other side, you see 1 among 10. 1 in 10 people, 1 in 10 person worldwide is suffering from hunger. He is not able to satisfy hunger. And nearly 1 in 3 people lack regular access to adequate food. Imagine, others are consuming at least whatever they are getting, they are consuming to satisfy hunger. And 1 in 3 people, just imagine, it means 33% of the population lack regular access to adequate food. One time, they are hardly able to get one-time meal in a day. Or maybe they are eating once, twice or thrice or 3 days in a week. So these are the aspects we need to focus on. We cannot be so insensitive to all these aspects which are happening. We cannot keep on going accumulating wealth. If this is going to happen, it is going to seriously impact. When we are talking about equity, when we are talking about equality, then there is a huge disparity where one side we are growing, whatever we are growing, we are not using it properly. And at the same time, this food, which can be used for the human consumption, we are using it for rearing animals, for animal agriculture, that is industrial animal farming, which is again consumed as food, that is meat. See this, how much food is being misused, abused, the food production, which can help feed all these people who are dying with hunger. and who are affected by malnutrition or undernutrition, instead of feeding them, we are using that food resources in rearing animal, industrial, commercial animal farming. It doesn't mean that no animal should exist in the planet or no animal should be fed. We need to promote animal welfare and animal rights. But at what cost? Naturally, in our backyards or in our communities and even in the wild, there are a lot of animals. Even before human beings existed, there is a perfect harmony, perfect balance. No species has ever, outpopulated and destroyed the ecosystem. But what we are doing today, we have outpopulated, and today, on this date, India stands the largest populated country in the world. Okay, that is a different point, but still we can manage. But we need to control this as well. Where certain communities we see, where even the government is promoting one child or two child. But in some communities, we are seeing huge number of children. Again, this disparity due to various reasons need to be worked out because we don't have enough resources. And we need to be mindful of what we are practicing. So even there are various rates also. The population growth as per the census, in terms of religion, in terms of race, in terms of ethnicity, each are competing with each other to increase their population, which is creating a huge burden on the planet. Now, why is this race required? Generally, it can happen naturally. Growth is natural and development is natural at its own pace. We need not, compete with each other in increasing the population of one community or one religion or one race or one ethnicity. So this unhealthy competition is rising to huge population along with various factors. We will not get into much detail at this point, but we'll also continue to discuss in the coming sessions. So where we, psychologists or behavioral professionals or counselors, have a role to play in bringing out the change in attitudes, behaviors, perspectives of these family planning practices as well to control the population, so that the existing population also can share the resources in a better way. Instead of having more and more people dying with hunger and more population living with malnutrition or undernutrition. And there is one other problem we are having is, because of, what can you guess? Is because of our selective diet. We are lacking of proper nutrition. Again, nutritional deficiency, because we eat continuously all the junk food only. We don't have this combination of foods. We have food pyramids and recent concept of food plate or whatever it is, we are not consuming. We are very selective of what we eat. That is not providing adequate nutrients, which are essential for our body, for our health and well-being. Again, this is causing also a lot of health issues. Now, this is another problem that we need to face. So we need to work along with various other disciplines like doctors, physicians, psychiatrists, nutritionists, and various other disciplines. We need to work together in a multidisciplinary team to work on the solutions to offer a flexible adaptable, implementable solutions that can be taken up immediately. So it has to be a multidisciplinary approach now. And even when we look at the height and weight, when we look at the studies, the children under age 5 suffer first from stunting. Their growth got arrested, or sometimes their growth also got affected. The huge population of 149.2 million children under the age suffered from stunting. Their growth was not as per the standards. To reduce stunting in children by 50% by 2030, annual rate of decline must double from 2.1 to 3.9 per year. So this is also to be achieved. So not only just in addressing various challenges, but also in achieving sustainable development goals, psychologists also should play a greater role in coming days. And apart from that, we have various challenges like the crisis, the conflicts between the countries, wars, has also triggered food shortages for the world's poorest people because it impacted the global exports. The Sustainable Development Goals Report 2022 have stated that 30% of wheat got affected, 20% of maize supply got affected, and 80% of sunflower seed products got affected due to the crisis triggered by a conflict, by a warlike situation, which has just occurred in the end of the COVID or the pandemic period. And it has impacted the world's poorest people because of skyrocketing of the prices and soaring food prices. And apart from that, we have a lot of issues and challenges where goal number 3 focuses on ensuring healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all ages. As we have seen that there is a huge impact that is being created by climate change and various other aspects. Today, we are also facing, and there is a greater need for health infrastructure. And with the goal 3 being good health and well-being, ensuring healthy lives and promote well-being for all the ages, COVID-19 has been a threatening decade of progress in global health, where it has infected more than 500 million people worldwide, as per the statistics mid-2022, and also led to 15 million deaths in 2020-21. These are only reported, and there might be unreported, might be much more. And it also disrupted the essential health services in 92% of the countries by the end of the 2021, and halted progress on universal health coverage, which is health for all. And also the global life expectancy has also decreased. And because of this pandemic time, immunization schedules also got disturbed because there was no immunization schedule that has been taken up due to COVID, and all the immunization schedules were delayed. And there was a lot of prevalence of anxiety and depression due to this COVID, and also deaths from tuberculosis and malaria has also increased. And 22.7 million children missed basic vaccines in 2020 and 3.7 million more than in 2019. So pandemic claimed the lives of 1,15,500 reported frontline healthcare workers. These include doctors, nurses, and medical fraternity, and also the sanitation workers, psychologists, counselors, health workers, community workers, and many more. And tuberculosis TB deaths also rose for the first time since 2015 from 1.2 million in 2019 to 1.3 million in 2020, as per the Sustainable Development Goals Report 2022. So these are various statistics that we are going to look. And we will explore in this coming week how, as a psychologist, how, as a behavior professionals, we have a great role to play working along with other disciplines. So we will also explore how we can take it forward through discussions and deliberations in this 1-week international conference, which will promote the multidisciplinary approach to arrive at multidisciplinary solutions, which can be implemented with immediate effect. So I will end it here, and we will take it up, and we'll move on to our with this basic introduction. I will invite our chief guest for the day. We have with us our chief guest for the day, Sri M.B. Krishna Rao Garu. He is IPS and President for Pure Foundation, Hyderabad, and he is also former Director General of Police, DGP, Andhra Pradesh, and he is also Director of AP Police Academy and Director General Prisons, and former Director General of Fire Services, and also Managing Director of Andhra Pradesh State Road Transport Corporation, APSRTC. And he has been very active in promoting conservation and activism in environment. And he is also guiding various students, scholars, and also the upcoming professional civil servants with his valuable guidance and with his valuable suggestions. So we welcome you, Krishna Rao Garu, our chief guest for the day, for this inaugural session, for this international conference on psychology.
Hello, am I visible?
Sir, we can hear you, but we can't see you.
I wonder what is wrong. How do I disconnect and come again, or?
Yes, sir, you can try it once. Try disconnecting and joining back again, sir.
I think my video has been disabled.
Yes, sir. Now you are visible, sir.
Okay. Good. So if I am reasonably audible and visible, I will start my session. Is it okay?
Yes, sir. Your voice is clear. We can see you. Video is also good. We welcome you, sir, to this international conference.
Thank you.
And over to you for your session.
Thank you.
Yes. So, sir will be delivering on crimes and correctional services, along with a few messages on our call for action. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good evening for those who are in India. Thank you, Ravindra Garu. The topic on which I will be speaking for the next few minutes will be crimes and correctional services. As a policeman, 37 years, I had several opportunities of investigating crimes. And for 3 years, I was the Director General of the prisons in the erstwhile state of Andhra Pradesh. And therefore, I was a part of the correctional services. This is the background. And it is with this background that I picked up enough temerity or courage to speak on this topic. First, what is a crime? Now, what is a crime has been defined by many people. There is, in fact, a full-fledged subject called criminology. And let us not go into a very scholastic study of crime or definition of crime. But there is a simple definition given by a person called Paul Toppin. He defines crime as follows. Crime is an intentional act in violation of the criminal law committed without defense or excuse and penalized by the state. Now, we will revisit this definition and analyze it in a few moments from now. Actually, crime is a subcategory of all harmful acts, an act which does harm to either the society or to the perpetrator of the crime itself. So it is a subcategory of all harmful acts that range from simple things like smoking to very serious things like murder. For example, in some areas or some zones, smoking is forbidden. And if you violate that, that becomes a harmful act, undoubtedly. And sometimes it becomes a crime, depending on the country in which that has been committed and the place where it is committed. In almost all the countries, 193 members of the United Nations, murder is undoubtedly a crime. But what is a crime in one country may not necessarily be a crime in some other country. So this has to be kept in mind. Further, private wrongs, such as someone defaulting on a contract, I and let us say somebody else has entered into a contract. I have agreed to discharge certain functions, but I do not abide by the contract. And therefore, it is a wrong thing. Certainly, such private wrongs are socially harmful, but not sufficiently so to require the heavy hand of criminal law. So that is how we have two kinds of harmful acts or wrongdoings. One is the criminal act, which certainly does a lot of harm to the society, and therefore the state. What is the state? I'll tell you a little later. The state will take upon itself the task of finding out who perpetrated that crime, gather evidence, and prosecute the person who is suspected to have committed that crime in a court of law at its cost. Now, the expenditure incurred in finding out who committed the crime and prosecuting him in a court of law will be borne by the state. In all criminal offenses, but there are some civil offenses. In the matter of civil offenses, say somebody borrows some money but refuses to repay, that would be a civil offense. And it is guided by a separate code called Civil Procedure Code. And the person who has to get the money should invest his time and energy, engage a lawyer, go to a civil court, file a civil suit, get a decree, and thereafter get the decree executed. That is the procedure in the matter of civil wrongs. But if the offense that is committed is a criminal act, then the state will take upon the responsibility as well as the expenditure. This is broadly the categorization. In India, I have no knowledge of the other countries, but in India, this is the existing practice handed down to us by our colonial rulers, the British, who ruled from almost 1757, precisely 1765, Treaty of Allahabad, to 1947. So that system we are continuing. They also gave us what is called the accusatorial system. The accusatorial system means the person who has been brought before the court as the accused, as the person suspected to have committed the offense, is presumed to be innocent till the prosecution produces evidence beyond reasonable doubt that the particular crime has in fact been committed by that person brought before the court and none else. So the evidence is important, and if there is sufficient evidence, the court will come to the conclusion that he or she in fact is the culprit, and therefore will convict and later award a suitable sentence. It can be imprisonment, it can be fine, it can be anything prescribed for that offense. So this is the general background. And now I would revert to the Paul Tupman's definition once again of crime. Crime is an intentional act. So there should be an intention to do that act. It's not an accident. There should be what in Latin is called mens rea, M-E-N-S R-E-A, rea. That is, they should have the criminal intention to commit that crime. And the act that has been committed in pursuance of that criminal intention has to violate some codified law, some criminal law in force in that country. Generally in India, we have a very big compendium of crimes called Indian Penal Code, which defines various crimes such as theft, murder, rape, etc. If it has been codified to be a crime in a particular country, then if that violation has been done with a criminal intention and there was no excuse or valid reason of defense for committing that crime, then the state will go ahead and penalize the offender. By state, we do not mean states like Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Bihar, or UP. The state has been defined in Article 11 of the Constitution, and it is a combination of all authorities. So the various legislative bodies which actually make laws, the executive of which the police, etc. are a part, all that put together represent the state. So the state will take upon the responsibility of identifying the culprit and prosecuting him in a court of law. So that is the simple Paul Tupman's definition. I pause here to just check whether I have been audible enough and whether what I have said is comprehensible, whether it makes sense or not. If you can give me a feedback, then I'll proceed.
Yes, sir. Please continue.
Good. Now we come to the penology, the methods of punishment, and the thereafter, why punishment is being awarded. Punishment is intended to ultimately produce some sort of justifiable suffering of the offender. Since he has committed some crime, let's say murder, he should suffer. And therefore, there should be some punishment. The old punishments used to be simple. Tooth for tooth, eye for eye. If somebody has, let us say, by an act caused the deprivation of the loss of a tooth, then the good old societies, they simply said, okay, you, the offender, have caused the loss of a tooth. Therefore, the victim or on his behalf somebody else has a right to cause an injury to you in such a way that you also lose the tooth. And that can be extended to the eye for eye. That's a very primitive kind of justice. But we have long ago given up that kind of tooth for tooth, eye for eye kind of justice. There are maybe some primitive societies, but by and large, all civilized societies are moved forward. So, this justifiable suffering generally consists of deprivation of liberty. That means he will be asked to remain in a prison, whereby he will lose the freedom of going wherever he wants. He has to remain within the prison for a period which has been decided as adequate by the court which punished him. It can be 3 years, it can be life imprisonment, etc. In the rarest of rare cases, sometimes they award the punishment of death. That is, the offender is put to death by hanging. But in India, in the last maybe 20, 30 years, hardly 5 people have been hanged. It's a rarest of rare case when a person who has been convicted and sentenced was actually hanged. Very often, it is the death sentence is converted to imprisonment for life. Originally, imprisonment for life meant imprisonment as long as the offender is alive. But due to various reasons, that is interpreted as a reasonably long stay in a prison and the right to release him at an appropriate time has been given to the concerned state government. In fact, 2 days ago, one ex-member of the parliament, Anand Mohan Singh of Bihar, who was convicted and sentenced to life imprisonment for killing the then district collector of Gopalganj district by name Krishnaya. He is from Andhra Pradesh, a Telugu IAS officer. For killing him, the court has given the sentence of life imprisonment. But the present government of Bihar, headed by Shri Nitish Kumar, the chief minister, felt that he has already undergone about 14 years of imprisonment in the jail and therefore he should be released. And he was released. And there is a lot of protest, a large number of Telugu people in Telangana, also all the IAS officers all over the country. Because generally, a person who is convicted and sentenced for having killed a public servant is not prematurely released. But this is a rare case. He is a politician and probably the chief minister is of the opinion that he should not be made to undergo imprisonment any longer. And that power, of course, is available to the state government of the state of Bihar. So in penology, there are different opinions and schools of thought. Some people argue that the punishment is actually intended ultimately to reform and rehabilitate the offender. And therefore, there is no point in keeping him in the prison forever. He should undergo some deprivation of liberty, some incarceration, some imprisonment, get reformed, and come back to the society a reformed person, as a good man. So that is one view. Anyway, for our purpose, we have to remember that punishment is intended to ultimately produce some sort of justifiable suffering of the offender as a way of retribution or deterrence. That is, so that others will hesitate, will get scared of committing such an offense or repeating that offense or similar offense. Like, for example, in the Anand Mohan Singh case, since he was imprisoned and sentenced to imprisonment for life, it is presumed that other politicians, especially members of parliament, will not kill district collectors because the fate of Anand Mohan Singh, who lost 14 years of his life as a politician, as a member of parliament, would befall them also. And so that acts as a deterrence. There is another angle to why a punishment is awarded, and that is protection. Whom are you protecting? The lawful citizens of India. Whom are you protecting them from? Bad people who commit murders, be they members of parliament or politicians or other type of criminals. And therefore, this punishment is something that has been universally accepted as a justifiable suffering of the offender, if proved beyond reasonable doubt by a competent court. The purpose for which it is awarded, the punishment is awarded, can be mere retribution or deterrence or to protect the society. And eventually, after all these three things or one of them is met, the prisoner has to be reformed while undergoing imprisonment, and he should be rehabilitated. That means he should come back to society as a reformed person and should not repeat that crime. This is the general purpose of penology. Now, we come to the aspect of correctional services. Broadly, correctional services are those services which carry out, firstly, the orders of the courts. The orders of the court being that so-and-so, since he has been found guilty, should be imprisoned for a period of 10 years or 15 years or whatever is the period. That has to be implemented. That is the first job of the prisons department, which is a major correctional service. While undergoing imprisonment, they should devote some attention and energy to reforming that person undergoing imprisonment, to make him realize that what he has done is wrong and that if given liberty, once again, he should not repeat such offenses. And also, the responsibility of the prison authorities is to provide him some kind of a skill, knowledge and skill, so that when he is released back into the society, he is able to earn a decent living. And therefore, they have facilities for teaching some skilled jobs. It can be printing, it can be weaving of clothes, it can be electrical repairs, it can be carpentry, it can be plumbing, all kinds of things are there. Especially if the prisoner is uneducated. If the prisoner is an educated person, generally, after release from prison, he goes back to his old profession. If he was a medical doctor, he'll go back to medicine. If he is an IT professional, he'll go back to his profession of being an information technology specialist. If he is an engineer, he will go back to his engineering profession. So, when we come to correctional services, the first step is that the prison authorities themselves should not only implement the orders of the courts by way of depriving the liberty of the convicted person, but also to reform him and to rehabilitate him. In addition to that, there is another act in India called Probation of Offenders Act. Sometimes, after convicting a person, the sentence of imprisonment is not given, but he is kept under probation. He is kept under surveillance. He is kept under some kind of a watch. Therefore, we have another wing in the correctional services called probation officers. It's not a very successful experiment. Similarly, we also have an institution called Boston schools. If the offender is a juvenile, a young offender, so there are many such. And rehabilitation is that of the prisons department, because bulk of the people are normally sentenced to imprisonment and rarely are they released under Probation of Offenders Act or ordered for confinement in Boston school. Now we come to the present state of affairs in the prisons of India. The prisons were originally meant for confining those persons who have been tried, proved guilty, convicted, and sentenced for imprisonment. We call them, in the language of a person who has been tried, found to be guilty, and therefore sentenced to imprisonment. Prisons were originally meant for them. Unfortunately, the criminal justice system in India has collapsed. So the time taken between the filing of the charge sheet, that is, the result of the investigation done by the police authorities, are conveyed to the court in the form of a report called charge sheet. From that time, the trial is supposed to commence and expeditiously be completed, witnesses examined, and some conclusion arrived at. Either the person brought before the court is guilty or not guilty. If he is guilty, he will be convicted and given a suitable sentence. But due to various reasons, the criminal courts are unable to dispose of the cases which have come up for trial before them expeditiously. Sometimes, if the murder is committed, say in the year 1990, and the charge sheet has been filed in 1991, the trial may take place for 30 years and still not get concluded. In fact, recently in Uttar Pradesh, when police were escorting an ex-member of parliament called Atiq Ahmed, 3 people pretending to be press reporters went very close to him and shot him dead. And of course, they were nabbed by the police immediately. But the fact is, Atiq Ahmed and his brother, they died instantaneously. Why was Atiq Ahmed being escorted by the police? Because he is charged with the murder of another person who was said to have been murdered by him way back in the year 1994. And the trial is still going on. And therefore, for the last 13 or 14 years, he has been in various prisons of UP. Ultimately, since he's a mafia don, they found that wherever he is able to control his mafia. And therefore, he was lodged in Gujarat state in Surat jail. For the trial, he was brought all the way from Gujarat to UP. And of course, he was killed by some people as an act of vengeance, because the courts are not able to finalize. So right now in the Indian prisons, instead of there being only convicts, 70% of all those who are in the prisons are actually not convicts. They are people faced by and therefore as under trial prisoners. They can be, when on conclusion of the trial, either found to be guilty or acquitted. If they are acquitted, they happily go back to their respective lives. But if they are found guilty, then depending on the sentence, if they have already spent some 10 years as an under trial prisoner and the sentence is of 13 years, then they will undergo 13 minus 10, 3 more years in the prison, and they'll be released 3 years later. Therefore, the prison authorities all over India, in every state, no exception, are so busy managing the under trial prisoners who form the majority that they devote very little attention to the aspect of reformation and rehabilitation of the convicts. The question of reformation and rehabilitation does not arise in respect of under trial prisoners, primarily because they have not been found to be guilty by any court. The reformation by implication is meant for those who are actually found to be guilty. If he is innocent, where is the need for him to be reformed? So the correctional services, while are successfully carrying out the orders of the courts in ensuring that the imprisonment, that is deprivation of the liberty, is successfully done, the reformation and rehabilitation has been totally neglected. So that is the present situation in India. So at this stage, I'll pause. And if there are any doubts, please feel free to seek clarifications. I pause now.
Dear friends, if you have any queries, you can raise your hand or use chat box. I think is very well understood, taken. So can continue. Maybe at the end we will invite a few more queries.
No, actually, I don't think there is anything else to be told, because these are mostly people interested in psychology. Whereas what I mentioned is more of criminology and penology and the role of correctional services. So unless there is some kind of a query, there is nothing. One can go on like this on the ills of criminal justice system, but it's of no use, because it is beyond common Indians. The criminal justice system can be reformed, improved only by those who are a part of it. The entire judiciary, they are funded by the governments, the executive, and the expenditure of the executive is voted by the legislatures. So the three wings, the legislature, the executive, political leadership especially, and the judiciary have to sit together and arrive at some solution. And that solution is not possible because they never meet. The judiciary is, in the name of independence, doesn't want to really take the first step. And since money is entirely in the hands of the executive and the legislature, they will not give any special grants for improving. And even if the procedure has to be amended, Parliament alone or state legislatures alone can amend the laws. Judiciary cannot make laws. They can only interpret laws. So we are right now in the Indian society, we are stuck with each of the three wings sticking to their own stand. In fact, in the last 3-4 years, there is a virtual war going on between the Minister for Law, Sri Kiran Rijiju, and the Supreme Court, especially in the matter of what is called collegium. So it's a very huge subject. One can speak for about thousands of hours. It's unending. But it is not relevant to the students of psychology. If there are no doubts, I would like to conclude.
Yes, sir. There is one query, I think one hand raised by Sriram. Yes, Sriram, you can unmute yourself. Yeah, do you have any query or observation to share? Sriram, you can unmute yourself. Okay. Maybe by mistakenly he has raised hand.
Okay.
He is not unmuting. Okay. Sir, no. As you rightly pointed out, there has been always undeclared war between these three, the legislature.
Wings.
Yes.
The
So,
three wings are the three pillars. All are important.
yes, sir. And unfortunately, the fourth pillar, even the press and media.
That has been purchased by the political parties. Now there is no independent press in India, especially television. All the channels are owned by business people who just don't want to annoy the ruling party. So that is, the press is more or less wound up. Even the print media is for some political party or other. It's not independent. So the fourth pillar is as good as gone, fourth estate. We have three pillars, all three very strong, but they do not appear to be having any some common intention to improve matters. Each one is stuck in his own limited vision. The politician is saying, I am elected for a period of 5 years. I have the majority in the parliament. I should decide all matters. Why should the judiciary, especially in the system of the collegium, which is not mentioned in the constitution, it's a system created by the judges themselves. Why should they appoint their own people as judges though the Constitution does not contemplate, they should be protectors of the Constitution. So they should permit us, like for example, United States, the president normally appoints the judges of Supreme Court. There is no retirement. There are only 9 judges in the entire Supreme Court of USA, with 30 crores of population, twice the size of India, and much more crime than in India. But only 9 judges. And they are there for lifetime. That means till death, or till one odd judge feels, I'm now 96 years old, I don't want to punish myself by sitting in the court and hearing all the arguments and writing judgments. So even in such a democratic country like USA, when the president, and of course the president's appointment has to be approved by Senate, something like our Rajya Sabha, which has exactly 100 members. Senate in USA has 100 members. So they have to approve. When that is the system, why should not that be followed? Why not our president, on the advice of the Union Cabinet or some other body like National Judicial Appointments Committee? There was a law made by Parliament a few years ago. But unfortunately, the Supreme Court said it is unconstitutional. The law itself is a violation of the Constitution. That is its opinion. And beyond Supreme Court, we have no other court. So in this process, I don't find any probability of their coming together. The plight of the common Indian is continuing to be so bad that he is engaging rowdies or powerful goons to get justice. The common man has lost faith in the courts because they take so long and so expensive. So anyway, I will allow you to complete whatever you wanted to say.
Rightly pointed out, justice delayed is justice denied. Many people are facing, and I just wanted to reflect, sir, on the role, because of your vast experience. You have been seeing, you might felt somewhere there is a need for behavioral professionals or psychologists or counselors in the correctional settings. So can you throw some light where we can put in our efforts, or where we can contribute to bring out some change in the correctional settings?
Yeah, actually, in fact, when I was the DG prisons during my tenure of 3 years, I sent a proposal to the state government, which is a very good government, very benevolent government, very forward-looking. That government, the proposal was that we should employ every prison, every central prison, where there are convicts. In district jails and sub-jails, there are no convicts. So convicts are there only in very big prisons. We should appoint some psychologists, qualified psychologists, to pay adequate attention to this aspect of reformation. Imparting skills and knowledge, etc., that can be done by prison officials or some trained teachers. But reformation requires empathy. And a good psychologist, according to me, could make the offender realize the wrong that he has committed to himself, how he has denied his family his own presence by a silly act, whatever it is. It can be theft, it can be murder. Therefore, we should appoint, and there were only hardly, at that time in the combined state, there were 10 central prisons, central jails. So we could have appointed some 10 MA psychologists or something, some competent person. This could have been recruited by the Andhra Pradesh Public Service Commission. But somehow the government, it went to the finance secretary. He said, this is not the right time. We are broke now. We don't have money. And then the matter was dropped. There is indeed a scope for behavioral scientists, psychologists in the realm of reformation. And that is necessary because now all societies have accepted that imprisonment is indeed not till you die. Imprisonment is for a reasonably long period so that the need for retribution and deterrence and protection of the society from the offender is fulfilled. But beyond that, we have to prepare him to come back to society. So there is a need, but these are decisions to be taken by the executive at the top. And somehow they are only interested in the next election. They don't want to make a big difference.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your observations. As you rightly said, even in correctional settings also, there is a great need. And as you rightly said, pointed out empathy. Yeah, that's what, because maybe somewhere, at times we also felt when we studied, and our professor, Beena ma'am, she is working with the these prisons, and they have some project called Unnati, where she's working with the prisoners, and she's trying to bring some reforms. Whenever she was sharing in our psychology department and other occasions, so there was a great role, and we can play. But as you said, there are certain policy decisions that has to be taken. And how do you see, sir, I mean, the role, maybe at a correctional setting level where maybe in postal schools or in jails or prisons. So before coming or reaching there, most of maybe you are the right person to tell us or to share us, generally how crimes are committed, or what mostly it might be due to impulsive behavior or due to impulsivity. So how do you see, as a with so much experience, how you can guide us, the young psychologists or counselors, to take some task or initiatives in the communities?
Well, that is into the realm of what is called criminogenic factors. And the criminogenic factors means, why do people commit crimes? People commit crimes for various reasons. One extreme end of the spectrum is because they enjoy committing crimes. But that's the rarest of rare cases. By and large, most of the people commit crime because of absence of fear, absence of deterrence. I can get away with it. That is how most of the members of parliament. The Indian parliament has about 1/3 of people who have committed crimes. Only thing is, they have not been pronounced guilty so far. Only Rahul Gandhi, unfortunate gentleman, he was sentenced to 2 years of imprisonment. But there are umpteen number, I think, out of the 443 Lok Sabha members, 200 are facing cases. And therefore, the lack of deterrence, punishment. In the case of Atiq Muhammad, he committed the murder way back in 1994. Had he been punished and imprisoned in 1995, he would not have become an MP at all. And other people potential would have hesitated. Why should we unnecessarily ruin our careers? The second reason, of course, is, as you said, a sudden fit of anger. But those are rare cases. We can go into it. There are any number of psychologists have gone into the various cases and found out the actual reasons why that particular crime has been committed. But there is scope. In fact, these are all very full-time jobs. While it is true that some benevolent people give some spare time, but in the matter of reformation, it's not that easy. We require somebody who works every day with the same prisoner till he is reformed. That's not possible for a professor of psychology. The professor of psychology is basically a professor of psychology, not a reformation official in a prison. So that's an alternative. Criminogenic factors are many, but they have been analyzed by a large number of psychologists.
Thank you, sir. It was indeed a valuable session. And friends, feel free to discuss. In fact, this is a great opportunity for us to have interaction with such a senior person, that to down to earth, and it's a very good opportunity for all of us to have an interaction. So you can unmute yourself, Mary ma'am. You can unmute yourself.
Before our good Mary from Bangalore comes, I'll just take a small break. I want to release my dog.
Yeah, please, please.
Because it says it wants to go out. So I'll come back in a minute.
Sure, sir. Please. Dear friends, if you have any queries, you can put in chat box while Sir joins back. You can raise your hand as well.
I'm back. Now you can ask.
Sir, I had got good evening, sir. I thank Dr. Ravindra, sir, and Sri Holistic Health Foundation and Sri Research Center for Art, Science and Wellbeing for giving me the opportunity to express my opinion. Sir, I got 2 years to work in Women and Child Department. In that, I worked in remand home for 2 years, sir. I got
good.
As a counselor, so I got a lot of memories when you said, because I also interviewed a little bit offenders and this and how the robbery, theft cases and all, and lawyers used to come and assist us. So, and even police people like you used to assist us. I got that memories back. Thank you for the wonderful and informative session, sir. God bless you. Take care, sir.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, Mary. Anyone else would like to interact? Christina, you can unmute yourself.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It's afternoon here in Nigeria. Thank you very much. Let me not mutilate your name, our presenter. It's always interesting joining your session. It's been very informative and educative. I've learned a lot. As a practitioner, I find diversity in knowledge and in knowledge very important. And as social workers, we can be called or we can be needed in a lot of other dynamic areas. But of course, I'm happy that this session this afternoon really touches on the core of our practice. Thank you very much. I have learned a lot. And thank you so much, Dr. Ravindra, for creating this platform of learning for us. Thank you. I look forward to more learning. Let me try to pronounce your name. MV Krishnara.
That's it. You got it.
I'm sorry. Thank you very much, sir.
You're from which part of Nigeria?
Namaste, I appreciate. I'm from Nigeria,
Which part? Nigeria?
middle belt, the middle belt part of Nigeria,
What is the name of the city?
Plateau State, Nigeria, Jos City.
Okay, so
Jos
you're
City,
north
Nigeria.
of.
Not central, the north central part of Nigeria, particularly.
Oh,
Thank
but
you.
Boko Haram may be active there. I don't know.
Oh, a lot of experiences of that, and a lot of jobs for social workers on that. So,
Okay, thank
but
you.
of course, as social workers, our bills here in Nigeria have just been passed. So people are beginning to find more relevant to support the most affected and the vulnerable. But of course, when you talk about Boko Haram, is usually a very bad memory and a very a scary thing. But of course, we are standing up to responsibility to support those that have been affected directly, and also to keep rehabilitating as we trust that every other that things will be better. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Christina.
Thank you, Dr. Ravindra.
So anyone else have any queries? There are a lot of appreciation messages in the chat box. And this also, Sumita Mishra, you can unmute yourself. Sumita, do you have any query or observation? We can't hear you. You have unmuted. Sumita, we can't hear you, ma. Okay, Wasim Ahmed, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, sir. Good evening, sir. All of you and respected sir. I want to ask a little bit question. And if a person, just like as sir have explained, what is crime? And regarding this, I have a question. A sister got married, and a person, her parents have decided we will give him her property 1/3. Okay. Later, marriage papers are after 30 years have hidden his brother, and in his because due to property, brother has hidden these documents, marriage documents, his sister, because sister are demanding for property. Okay. And sir, it is a part of crime.
Yes, but court has to decide. Actually, this appears to be starting as a civil inheritance of Muslim women, their property rights, etc. But hiding the marriage certificate or whatever you're saying, that is indeed a criminal offense. So it comes under cheating and things like that. But eventually, a court only can solve that problem.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Vasimji. Maybe you can approach the free legal aid cell. They can help you, or maybe some other platform where maybe we can, if time permits in future, we will organize so that you can also share and invite such queries.
Thank you so much. Very nice session, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. So, thank you, sir. Once again, there are a lot of appreciation messages. Sumita, are you able to connect quickly? We will take last query from you. Sumita, can you unmute yourself? Okay, I think Sumita has some network issue. Okay, fine.
Sir, can I raise a issue? Can I raise a question, sir?
Yeah, please go ahead quickly.
Good evening, sir. My name is Nitin Kumar. So my question is, so I have not, so I am confessing that I am not attended full lecture, but sir, according to me, sir, there is certain conditions which are also very important in forming a mentality of criminality. So like if a person is in a bad condition, he has no job, he has nothing in his life he has no future. So in that condition, sir, he has nothing to lose. Their mentality will be becoming like he will form a mentality if he does any crime. So he will, if he is caught, what worse can be happen to him? He is in the worst place itself. So this is one point. And if he earns that, if he commits any crime, and if he escape from caughting, so if he successfully commits that crime and escape from the punishment, so it will eventually build his life better from the before. So, sir, this mentality, how this mentality can be improved? So, how this problem can be resolved? Because we cannot, as a state,
It cannot be improved. That is why we have so many. Why are people committing crime? Mafia gangs. Why is Dawood Ibrahim, a head constable's son? Why did he become a criminal? Why did Atiq Ahmad become a criminal? Why did so many people become criminals? Because they have confidence that nothing will go wrong with them in the court. They will get away. So that's it. I agree with you. Any other point?
So one more question I have. Sir, one thing, as you're saying, that deterrence and reformation, sir, how these two things can go side by side? Because when we talk about deterrence and
they do not go side by side. Deterrence is the overall effect on the common citizen on seeing how offenders have been punished. The reformation is an altogether different thing. That is after the court has ordered imprisonment. While undergoing imprisonment, then there is an effort to reform him. These are independent of each other.
So, but still, sir, if we want to make a fear in the population, that
has nothing to do with reformation. If you want to put fear in the population,
so because there is a
legally,
death penalty is given rarely. So
no, it's not the death penalty. It is the certainty of punishment. See, we are altogether going into a different subject. The probability of getting caught and punished is what decides deterrence. Supposing everybody who is about to commit crime feels, I am bound to be caught and within 1 week I will be in prison, then he won't do it.
Yes, sir.
When he is certain that और 30 साल के लिए कुछ होने वाला नहीं है, then he'll be Lalu Prasad Yadav, he'll be Atiq Ahmad, he'll be somebody else. So that is why in UP, Yogi Adityanath, he stopped believing in courts. He says, bulldozer hum लाएंगे and we will encounter. So, and people also are voting for him. So the system has collapsed. Therefore, he has found a remedy. But that is not a civilized remedy. That is killing people, even though they are involved in offenses, is not a remedy. But he is in the open legislative assembly said within 1 week, वो मिट्टी में मिल गया, दफन हो गया. Anyway, so anybody else?
Yes,
thank you for your answer, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Nitinji. I think these things can be discussed on some other context. We will focus on more on this. So because this needs a lot of explanation, and Krishna Rao has Garu has lot of experience, and maybe we should also provide adequate time so that he can give his complete perspective. We can't stop in between. That can reflect some in a wrong way also. So,
Yes, so sir, if I have raised some
no, it's
unrelevant
okay.
नहीं कोई बात नहीं कोई बात नहीं
It's only time
आप जो
constraint.
ये टॉपिक ऐसा है you can discuss it for 100 hours क्योंकि it affects everybody. आप याद रखना है कि अब out of 142 crores of people, 141 crores are vexed with this system. उसीलिए तो they are welcoming Adityanath, Yogi Adityanath. Otherwise, why should we encourage all these bulldozing business and encounters? Courts have failed. Courts have failed because the justice system has failed. Justice system has failed because we have not made investments. We have just not created new courts. Our population has increased, but the number of courts at the trial level, there is no point in increasing Supreme Court judges. Exactly 50 years ago, there were 13 Supreme Court judges. Now there are 36. That doesn't make a difference. We need one court for every police station as they have in England. I was in England for 3 months, twice, 1995 and 2002. I noticed that in England, the moment a crime is committed, within 6 or 7 days, the police will file charge sheet, and within 7 days, the court, there is every police station has a court next to it. The court tries and comes to some conclusion, either guilty or not guilty. That's the end of it. Whereas in India now we have so many thousands of police stations. We have about 700 districts, and each district, let us say, has about 25 police stations. I don't think we have so many thousands of courts. And every court is overflowing with cases. So it's a different matter. The comments made by you are indeed valid, but there is nothing that we can do by discussing. The right people are the legislators, the politicians, the judiciary members, etc. The three have to come together, converge. Yes, Ravindra Garu.
Thank you, sir. Definitely, we will take it up forward. Dr. Ramajayamji, do you have any comments, sir?
No. Can we start the next session, or is there still anything else to be
It's high time. It's high time.
No.
It's high time we
Just
start.
concluding.
Yeah.
So, thank you.
No formalities, and thank you, Ravindra Garu. I'm sure the gentleman waiting to join should not be inconvenienced. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you once again for joining us and for your valuable suggestions, observations from your life experience, which has been indeed a great pleasure attending and listening to you. Thank you once again for joining us. And next, we will move on quickly to our next session. We apologize for the exceeding the time and keeping you waiting. And we have with us Dr. Ramajayamji. He is a core member and a medical graduate from the Madras Medical College. After his graduation, he has worked for a short span at the prestigious Postgraduate Institute of Medical Education and Research, Chandigarh, where he obtained his doctorate in yoga and psychiatry from S. Vyasa University in collaboration with National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences, Bangalore. Being a meditational practitioner for the past 18 years, he is very passionate about combining the best of East and West in patient care, and he has worked extensively on psychiatric patients with yoga intervention. His areas of research in yoga and mental health, consciousness, positive psychology, and psychiatry. He has more than 20 publications in peer-reviewed high-impact international journals. Currently, he is working as a permanent research faculty scientist at the Center for Conscious Studies, Department of Neurophysiology, National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences. We welcome you, sir, on this international conference, and we invite you for your topic on overview of spiritual applications research center, a research wing of Brahma Kumaris. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Ravindra, for the kind introduction. Can you enable me for switching on my video and screen sharing also? Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You can start your video and presentation.
Yeah. Just a second. Yeah, my screen is visible, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
The first slide is Raja Yoga.
Yeah.
Can you make it full screen, sir, if possible?
Yeah, I have actually only one screen.
Okay, this also looks fine.
Yeah, so yeah, this would be better for me.
Yes, sir. Please continue.
Yeah. So good evening, all of you. Today I'll be just talking maybe for another 25 to 30 minutes or so regarding Raj Yoga and its science. I will talk at the end, but before that I would just like to talk about the art, the practical aspects of Raj Yoga itself. So it seems like the participants are very diverse, so you can actually stop me in between also and ask me questions in case if you are not getting along with me. So this is one common question which I almost ask in most of the platforms wherever I speak, because yoga is becoming very, very popular, and at the same time, how much people actually understand what yoga is, I seriously doubt. And that's the reason why I usually start with this question in almost all the platforms where I talk about yoga, whether it's practical aspects or the scientific aspects, whatever it is. So I'm going to just give you 4 different scenarios. And the question is, who can do yoga better? The 4 scenarios are listed out here. One is a young athletic person. Second thing is a middle-aged person who is morbidly obese. Third is an 80-year-old person. And fourth is a patient who underwent surgery just maybe a few days ago or a week ago. So these are the 4 different kinds of people. And the question is, who can do yoga better? You can unmute and then talk, or you can post your answers in the chat box, whichever is convenient to you. I'll just pass here for a minute or so. I'm just waiting for your responses. There are 4 different kinds of people: a young athletic person, a middle-aged person who is very obese, an 80-year-old person, a patient who underwent surgery just a week ago. Who can do yoga better? Yes, I want your replies. You need not be a yoga practitioner, but I'm sure you would have understood the question. So you can just reply, yeah. 1. There is one person who has replied, option 1, a young athletic person. Mr. Nitin Kumar. Anybody else?
Sir, Sumita and Ziomi has replied as 1.
Okay. Anybody else?
And Venkatesh says all. Savita
Okay.
says young athletic person.
Okay. Fine. So this is the answer which I usually expect, and in fact, I'm getting the same answers as I expect. Most of the times, even if you ask this question to people who are already yoga practitioners, like who has master's degree or even doctorate degree, or maybe a very experienced yoga practitioners, many of the times the answer which I get is option number 1. Very, very rarely I get an answer of all the 4. I think here also in this forum, only 1 has replied all, if I'm right. I got only 2 answers in my chat box. Maybe they are sending to Dr. Ravindra separately.
Yeah,
so,
please feel free to select as, host and co-host so that we both can receive the responses. Or you can directly select sir's name and you can say share messages. Please continue.
Yeah. So this is the first kind of misunderstanding I just want to dispel from the general public. There is a lot that people are doing physically in the name of yoga, but actually speaking, yoga has nothing to do with the physique at all. Though there are some components in yoga in the name of yoga asana, which is physical, but as such, yoga is nothing to do with physique at all. It is more to do with something else deep down inside the mind. So the reason why I'm saying like that, you can see here on this slide. There are many different people who have actually propagated yoga, but one key person, if you want to mention, whom generally people call as father of yoga, is Patanjali. So Patanjali defines yoga as it's just managing the mind. Let's not get into the descriptions related to Sanskrit, the sutras, all those things. In practical terms, it basically means managing the mind. So yoga is nothing but just managing the mind. So when we define yoga as something managing the mind or management of mind, then wherefrom we are getting this idea that yoga means it is more to do with some kind of physical activity, because of which most of us are choosing the option number 1. Any response, any replies? The one whom we all call as a father of yoga, Patanjali, nowhere he has actually defined yoga as something standing upside down or maybe holding your breath, though he talks about yogasana, pranayama, all those things, which are of course physical, but he defines yoga very clearly as something to do with the mind. And another interesting thing which I would like to share is, if you look into the entire Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, you will not find even a single named asana or pranayama. I repeat, if you look into the entire Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, you won't find even a single named asana or single named pranayama. So this gives a very clear message. Yoga is more to do with the mind, the core aspect of ourself, and it is less to do with what we usually think as something to do with physical. So if it is something to do with our physical system, you can see the photos here down. On the left-hand side, you see the image of B.K. Iyengar, one of the most popular yoga practitioner, very well respected. And on the other side, you see somebody else who is a drunk. Physically, if you see, both are exactly the same. And in fact, the person who is a drunk and lying in this position can stay in that position maybe longer also even. Then should we call this person also as doing yoga? 100% will say no. So these are all some of the reasons why I say yoga is very, 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 very less to do with the physical body. It is more to do with the mind and its management, basically. Automatically, then the question comes, okay, fine. What you're saying makes sense. It looks very logical, but still, from a realistic point of view, all over the world, wherever you go, everyone walks with a mat and mostly they understand yoga as yoga asana. There should be some reason why people are actually doing that. And there should be some reason why, in fact, Patanjali also kept yogasana as one of the important limbs, even though he has not listed even a single named asana. And the reason is quite simple. The logic is quite simple. Say, for example, you just close your eyes for a few moments and then observe how you are sitting. Just open your eyes, come back. Though all of us are sitting, each and every one of us, the way we are sitting is definitely different. This is 200% guarantee. All of us are sitting, but in spite of that, each and everyone's posture, the physical posture, the way we are sitting is completely unique. And the question is, where from this uniqueness of your physical posture comes basically? Any guess? I've already put it in the form of an image here. So it is very, very straightforward answer. It comes from your mental attitude, basically, your mental posture, basically. So this mental attitude or mental posture and the physical posture, the external behaviors, they are tightly coupled, and it's a two-way traffic. Of course, to some extent, we can also say mind overpowers matter, but in a realistic sense, as long as we are in this physical body, in this physical universe, it is always a two-way traffic. What goes on in the mind impacts physically, and what goes on physically also impacts the mind. So the logic is why there is something physical in the name of yoga when the father of yoga himself defines yoga as something to do with mind. The reason is quite simple, and it's just common sense. If what we think, what we feel inside, on a long-term basis, if that mental attitude can define how we sit, how we stand, how we talk to people, how we walk, then definitely the other question also arises, can the reverse be true? If I adopt a particular posture in a consistent manner, over a period of time, can that affect the way I think, I feel? And the answer is yes. And this is the logic of why there is something physical, even though yoga is considered as something to do with managing the mind. But the key thing that we need to understand here is when we say physical posture, yoga asana, the English term actually I like. They use the term usually pose. And the pose we very commonly use when we click photos. So we ask, can you give a pose? The meaning of pose here is, can you stay still? And this stillness is actually yogasana. What is there in that stillness? Because it is there in that stillness, you get a small time window where you can access your willpower and do something as you wish. Say, for example, let's take one yogasana. Just a standing straight, bending forward at the hip level, and then touching your feet with your hand without folding your knees. So this is one of the asanas. Padhastasana, they say. So how this posture, doing this posture is connected with what goes on in the mind, or how is it connected with willpower? The moment when you bend forward, the first thing that you're going to experience is the stretch of your hamstring muscles, the thigh muscles at the back, and to some extent your calf muscles also. The moment when it is stretched, immediately the electrical signals from your muscle reaches instantly to the brain and says, oh, it's paining, stop, come back. So this is completely physical, except for the pain that is being sensed there inside is more subjective as well. So where is the willpower here? And why yogasana is mainly called as a pose? That is the stillness of that particular position, because when you stretch and when you stay there, an inner conversation starts automatically inside, and the conversation is, on one hand, it says, it's paining too much, you go back. On the other side, the other conversation also starts, no, it's okay. You're doing this just to manage yourself, to learn how to control yourself, self-regulation. So in this conversation, finally what happens, it's okay, it's painful, but you just stay there for some more time, stretch a little bit, of course, within your comfort limit. And this is a small time window where this inner conversation happens, where you get ready to just tolerate that pain within your comfort zone, is actually the willpower. This is completely in a gross sense. How this translates into society in terms of social relation, it is just exactly the parallels I'm telling. For example, somebody shouts at you. The moment when they shout at you, you have two options. One is you immediately shout back. This is same as when you just bend forward, immediately from inside your brain comes the signal, no, it's paining, come back. So it's like a kind of reflex action. So parallel to this is somebody shouts and immediately you shout back. The other choice which you also have is let them shout. If they are shouting, there could be some reason which I may not know. Let me understand and then respond properly. So this conversation also can go on inside. And after this, your choice, your response may be a little different as well. Instead of shouting, you may just tolerate that person for time being and give time and space for that person to just calm down. And the second part is basically willpower. This is exactly what we are simulating in the name of Yogasana. Through that small time window where we have the chance to execute the willpower by tolerating the pain that happens in the muscle. So this is the reason why physical things are kept in the name of asana in yoga. Okay. So now let's come back to a little bit of broader level as per the definition of Patanjali, what yoga is. So this yogasana, pranayama, all these things, there are hundreds and hundreds of people and so many people are teaching, and it's in fact $1 billion business now. So you have so many people from where you can actually learn these physical aspects, even though that has least to do with actually managing the mind. Of course, definitely it has a role, there is no doubt, and physically also it helps. But understanding asana as yoga is a complete misunderstanding. So asana is one of the limbs of yoga, that's it. But asana itself is not yoga. Say, for example, it is just like if I ask a small kid to count, let's say, add 3 plus 3, what is it? They cannot do it in the mind. They will find it difficult. So what I can do is I can ask them to use the fingers. 3 plus 3 is you count 1, 2, 3, and then 4, 5, 6. So 3 plus 3 is 6. It's easy for them to do. But if the kid, if they are understanding like fingers is mathematics, then it's a serious problem. And in fact, this is what is going on in the name of yoga asana, understanding asana as yoga. Though yogasana is an important limb, but misunderstanding asana is yoga is a serious problem. So I stop these physical aspects related to yoga there. So this is not to say that don't do yogasana or don't do pranayama. I'm just emphasizing the fact that yoga is more than what we usually think as something physical. So this is the point which I want to emphasize. Of course, yogasanas, pranayamas, they also have lots of health benefits physically and even mentally also. But misunderstanding something is not a right way of doing things. Okay, now let's come back to understanding actually yoga. And we usually talk about Raj Yoga. And what is this Raj Yoga basically? As the name suggests, there are two things in that, Raja and then Yoga. Raja basically means to rule, which means actually the mind management aspect, means managing myself. And yoga in classical terms, it comes from the root term yuj. Yuj basically means to connect. And what is this connect? When we say connect, it basically means there are two things. Only then you can talk about connection, link, all these kinds of stuff. So what are those two things? One is myself and the other thing is something beyond me. Whether you want to call it as a god, you want to call it as a blissful consciousness, a divine or cosmic consciousness, doesn't matter. So, but there is something beyond us, and can we connect with that? And people, over a period of time, thousands and thousands of years ago, they have tested by themselves in the laboratory of their mind, and they have come to the conclusion that yes, there is something beyond, and we can in fact connect also and empower ourselves. So that second aspect is the other aspect with whom we want to connect. So this is the basic meaning, the actual meaning of yoga. Yoga means to connect, and to connect between what and what? To myself, the individual, and the cosmic consciousness or the higher consciousness. So that's in a nutshell about the meaning of yoga. So in practical terms, as a human being, what it basically means, what I need to do. So we can call it as a kind of inner journey. And what is this inner journey? This inner journey is nothing but, for example, when you say human being, it basically has a two stuff. One is a human and another thing is a being. The word human, it comes from the term humus. Humus basically means the natural fertilizer. So whatever the waste that comes out of the kitchen or from our home, everything, especially in Indian context, in the villages, they dump all those things at a place, and for a period of time, it becomes a natural fertilizer and they use it in their farmland. And that is basically called as humus, which basically means mud. So one aspect is the physical, which is visible, which is nothing but basically one of the 5 elements, or it is made out of the 5 elements. The other aspect, being, is the life energy which is invisible, which is behind this body. In fact, in English, if you see, this being is used usually in the present continuous tense, which means something live happening. So the life which is given to this physical body is actually from that being aspect, which we call as different names like psyche, atma, soul, inner being. People use different names, doesn't matter. But the point which I want to just emphasize here is, when we say human being, we exist at 2 levels. One is the one which is visible, the other thing is which is completely invisible. Many a times in scientific terms, people call it as consciousness also. And in fact, one of the top unanswered question in science till now is consciousness, which science is actually struggling to understand. But the early spiritual scientists, the so-called rishis, especially from India, they have established this fact without even a speck of doubt that what is consciousness and can we experience that? Yes, it is, we can. But science is completely struggling even now, because the logic behind science and proof in the name of science is completely different. But of course, lots of research in the name of consciousness is gaining basically now these days, mainly because of various health problems where we do not find solution purely from a bodily perspective. So all that I wanted to convey here is, when we say human being, please don't just go behind what is visible. There is a lot more behind what is, which is actually giving life to this body, which is completely invisible. The so-called solid stuff, what we think as we, is actually not so. We are something completely dynamic, completely invisible. And from a scientific point of view, if I want to say, the more subtle you become, the more powerful you are basically. Just like, for example, they say in nanoscience, the more and more you get into the subtle aspect of even physical nature, it becomes much more powerful. Say, for example, you take atom bomb. What is atom? It's something completely invisible and it's the minutest thing. But when you work with that minutest part of physical nature, you can create an enormous energy which can actually destroy even the whole world. And in fact, the term atom has also been derived from this word atma, basically. So when we say yoga, it is in a way inner journey. This inner journey is nothing but moving, a shift in the consciousness from the physical towards this spiritual being, the inner being. And what is this subtle thing? It is a kind of energy body, we say, subtle body. Again, people have different names for that. So if I want to just explain in very simple terms, it is just like if someone lights an agarbatti, automatically the fumes starts spreading. So in the same way, whatever we think, whatever we feel, which all happens here basically, it automatically creates a kind of energy, and based on what kind of thoughts you think consistently, what kind of feelings you have consistently for a period of time on long-term basis, that creates a kind of blueprint in the form of an energy. And in fact, that decides how do you feel physically also. So that is the interface between here, which I have put in the form of a light body, that is the subtle form. Okay. So first and foremost thing when we want to practice yoga is understanding about ourselves and practicing something on these lines. So because what is visible here in this physical in a solid form, whatever the kind of habits that we have is all built in a completely invisible way deep down inside us. So if you can work with what is invisible deep down inside, you can actually manifest something different in a physical form also. It is just like if I want to give a metaphor, it's like a SIM card and then the mobile phone. So how good, how beautiful, how costly the mobile phone is, it has no value if it doesn't have a SIM inside. So what is that SIM here? The SIM here is basically the life energy deep down inside, and that life energy basically functions with this SIM inside. And the SIM inside here is S is for sanskar, that is impressions or memories or personality traits, and I is for intellect, and this intellect is nothing to do with the analytical intellect, which is all tested in cognitive psychology, those kinds of stuff. This is basically called as a buddhi from Indian perspective. And then the mind. So this is the SIM card which we all have deep down inside. If we can work here, automatically you can express better from an outside perspective in the mobile, which is the physical body, whether it is in the name of health or appearance, whatever it is. So basically it's all about a kind of tightly coupled functioning which happens inside here, the mind, the intellect, and then the impressions or the memories. So how habits are formed and how habits can be transformed, it all happens here. So because when you go for meditation or yoga or any other kind of self-improvement related programs, we basically go for mainly to bring some sort of change. The change could be like improving my attention, the change could be like improving my patience, or it could be something similar. Okay. So it is all about working with how do I create a habit, or how do I create a personality, and how can I transform that in case if I do not want. So this is what is actually depicted here. So it all starts with the mind. And what is this basically? Mind is nothing but all that you think from morning till night, the whole bunch is called as mind. There are 100 different definitions of mind from neuroscience perspective, cognitive science perspective, from biological perspective, from psychological perspective. But I don't want to confuse with all those 100 kinds of definitions. The simplest thing from a human being perspective, from a social point of view, from practical point of view, the easiest thing to understand mind is it's nothing but all that goes on inside us in the name of thoughts. For example, morning I get up, I think like I need to go to my office. I go to my office. I think like I need to plan for this project, which is going to happen next month. And then I think about my home, about my friends, all these things. This bunch is basically mine. And what is intellect? Even if you have hundreds and hundreds of thoughts, which keeps on running constantly, you do only one at a time. Say, for example, you would have just got the link for this meeting, and at the same time, you would also got another thing like I need to go and meet these people. This is an important appointment. But finally, out of these two things, you decided, okay, let me come for the meeting. So who is that which has decided this? And that capacity, that faculty, that power is basically buddhi or intellect. When you keep thinking on a particular direction repeatedly, and as you keep deciding things related to what you think, finally, what you have been thinking, what you have been deciding becomes your action, and that becomes your habit. And this is why we all say, you become as you think. As you think, so you become. This is the most fundamental thing and the simplest thing we all know. And this is the most powerful thing also if you want to work and bring transformation in your life. Not only in your life, even at a larger level in the name of society as well. Because to you, the world or the society starts from you. If you cannot bring a change inside you, there is nothing called as changing the world or changing the society at all. And this is where the practice of yoga or meditation, whatever you want to call, comes. And the key practice which we do in the name of meditation or Raj Yoga here is soul consciousness. What is this soul consciousness? I'm just going to explain this through this video. I hope the video is visible and
prima al centro e ancora con il dritto, molto vicino alle righe. Federer.
So is the video visible to all?
Yes, sir, it's visible and audible.
Yeah. Okay.
Dritto. Lo smash. Ancora con la volée di dritto, correggia dopo aver spostato.
Okay, I stop the video here. Now the question is, if you want to take all the services in the right way, which position would you like to stand? Yes. Question is very simple. It's not a very complex thing. In the context of this badminton court, if you want to take all the services properly, which position would you like to take in the court, the badminton court? You can put your response in the chat box, or you can unmute and talk. Hope all of you are here. Anybody can unmute and talk.
Friends, feel free to interact. You can unmute yourself, otherwise you can raise your hand. If you are unable to do it from your side, we will help you.
Yeah. So I don't think position affect. Somebody has replied, yeah. Skill will matter. Yes. So position need not matter, but what we would usually do is we choose a position from where we can reach out to all the places. This is just a common sense. So if you want to take all the services in a better way, we would definitely choose a position from where we can reach to any place. So this is what exactly we do in the name of soul consciousness. What is the soul consciousness? Most of the time, what usually happens is we are struck with the different kinds of identities, all that has been gathered over a period of time. What are the identities? I'm a doctor, I'm an engineer, I'm an husband, I'm a wife, father, mother, son, rich, poor, white, black, Indian. There are hundreds and hundreds of things. Let me ask you this question. And in fact, all the serious stress and tension, what we get is our difficulty in juggling with all these things, basically. It is all these relations that makes life, there is no doubt. And it is in that relationship we get all the joy also. But at the same time, the maximum amount of attention, stress, all that we get is basically because of our difficulty in juggling between all these kinds of roles and responsibilities that we have, which are nothing but different kinds of identities that we have taken over a period of time. Now, let me ask you one question. Say, for example, if I say myself, I'm a doctor. If I just go back some 10 years from today, can I call myself as a doctor? Definitely no. I would not have actually entered the college. But still I was there. So like that, if I go retrospectively, say for example, if I just go back, if I'm 40 years now, let me go back some 36 years and 6 months like that. So I'm just a 6 months old baby, let's say. Even there was not even a name, but still I was there. So what is the message? The message here is we are actually caught up with different kinds of identities or different kinds of roles, and we are generating our own stress and tension there. Of course, if you want to enjoy the game of life, you need to definitely play. You need to attend all the balls, which are nothing but different kinds of roles, relations that we have. But in the very name of playing, taking all the balls, responding to all the roles and responsibilities, why should we get into tension and stress unnecessarily? We are getting into stress and tension unnecessarily because we forget actually our original, the real core identity of who we are. We are actually getting carried away by the different labels that we generate in the name of society or in the name of our responsibilities in a social context. So if we can just take a central position, what is the central position? The central position is I'm a being basically, and I have different kinds of labels which are important, but I need not get carried away by those labels, identities, roles, and responsibilities. And this is what we basically call as soul consciousness. What does that basically mean? Every day, all that you need to do is nothing. You are going to just do the same thing. You do your work, you play, you enjoy whatever the things you're doing with different roles or different relations, identities that you have. But every day, at least sometime, either in the morning or in the evening, just to have some small reflections and have this inner conversation. There's a self-talk to yourself. I am basically that pure being, the being of light, which has peace, power, positivity, everything that I look for when I get fed up with all these kinds of labels, basically in the name of life. And this is the practical application of this soul consciousness. So it needs one understanding that I am actually in the tennis court, which is nothing but my life. I get different kinds of responsibilities, which are nothing but different services, which is coming from my opponent. And life is made of all these services, all these relations, of course. If I really want to enjoy, I need to be in a central position or in a place, in a position where from I can reach out to all these roles and responsibilities and still come back to my original place. And the original place is I'm a being, basically a being of light. And I am peaceful, I am powerful, and I am positive. So anchoring yourself throughout the day by just taking few moments, it can just take maybe 30 seconds, but still it is enough. It is more powerful if you can try this and see. All that you need to do is just bring back this tennis court game and then have this self-conversation inside. I have 100 different kinds of rules, but for now, for this next 30 seconds, I am just going to retract myself, withdraw myself from all those things and see myself as a being of light. And this is the source from where I get all the energy, which I use in all the relations. I am basically peaceful, powerful, and positive. This inner conversation, this self-talk just for a few seconds throughout the day, say for example, every 1 hour or maybe once in 3 hours, would empower you like anything. And this is what we mean as soul consciousness. And if you can practice this, only comes the next level. I'm just skipping for want of time. The next level is basically connecting ourselves with the divine, something which is beyond us. So what is shown here below is practicing soul consciousness. The more and more we can align ourselves with the life energy inside, automatically you open up to the higher consciousness, to the universe at a larger level, and you can still empower yourself much more, even much better. And that is where the actual yoga comes. So yoga is basically this connection, and this connection begins with aligning myself deep down inside. What is this alignment? This alignment is nothing but you reach out to all the different kinds of labels, different kinds of relations, but once it is over, you come back to your original place. This is that alignment. In this alignment is where you get the energy for the whole day, for the whole life. And this is in fact what happens naturally also when you go to sleep. When you go to sleep, there could be 100 different mechanisms why you get energy, why you get refreshed the next day morning. But the most powerful common sense logic why you get energy when you get into sleep is there is no identity, there is no label. You do not know, you do not even remember your name, your form, your position, your assets, your relations, your future, your past. You don't remember anything in deep sleep. And this is actually one of the natural soul consciousness state. Imagine if you are gaining energy every day because of this natural soul consciousness state, which happens in deep sleep. What if you can practice this thing voluntarily through systematic training and can get that same refreshment even while you are awake? That is something very powerful and magical as well. And in fact, yoga is this magical thing. What is the magic? Aligning yourself and then connecting yourself with the supreme consciousness or the higher consciousness. So here I stop with the art part or the practice part of Raj Yoga or yoga in general. You can explore more about what is this Raj Yoga meditation. Again, there are 100 different definitions for even the same term Raj Yoga. What I'm talking here as Raj Yoga is the core aspect which runs across traditions. And here specifically, this Raj Yoga, this link, this slide, what I'm showing is related to Brahma Kumaris, which I also practiced for the last 18 years. So these are some of the things, some of the collaborators with whom we scientifically work and do academic research in the name of this Raj Yoga. And one of the core practices of the Raj Yoga is what I've explained as soul consciousness. So I am basically from NIMANS, Bangalore, and we also collaborate through our Spiritual Applications Research Center, that is SPARK, which is a sister concern of Brahma Kumaris based at Mount Abu. We collaborate with the different institutions like IISc Bangalore, our own institute NIMANS, DRDO Delhi, AIMS Patna, and then Indian Spinal Cord Injury Institute, Jeevapant Hospital, and across the globe also we have tie-ups like Leeds University, Belgium, and the University of Rome, many different places. So I am just going to, for the next few minutes, maybe 2 to 3 minutes, I'm just going to give a gist of what kind of research we have done. So all these are quality standard academic research, which are all published in good impact peer-reviewed international journals. So these are some of the findings. One is the coherence in the alpha band. Alpha is a frequency in the brain waves. The coherence between the hemisphere, it gets enhanced following Raj Yoga meditation practice. So when we want to do something in the name of a physical action, the left, right hemisphere and different regions within the hemisphere, they also need to coordinate in a better way. And this is an indirect sign of that coordination basically. And the other thing which the second publication, what is shown here is when we get into meditation, what happens is we anchor ourselves more and more into the core aspect of the self, which is actually assessed here and talked in terms of default mode network. And this is the second thing. And the third thing is about, do meditators have a capacity to engage and then disengage as and when they want into a task? Just like what I was explaining, you get into a particular role, you execute the actions, and then you come back to your original position. So this is what I meant as engage and disengage. So in this just a minute meditation thing, what was tested was meditators were asked to perform some cognitive task for 1 minute, and then again immediately they were asked to do meditation like that in alternating manner. So what was found was long-term meditators were able to actually shift between this stress-inducing task and also meditation as quickly as possible as and when it is required. So that is this thing. And the fourth thing is, the more and more one becomes a proficient in meditation, their well-being actually increases. That is that fourth thing. And apart from this, we also had some physical, this cardiology related thing, which is called as a coronary artery disease regression. This project was initiated long back by the late President Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. Still it is running. And in this study, it's a kind of lifestyle intervention where meditation is also one of the important component. There are hundreds and hundreds of people who had like 3 vessel disease and more than 80% of blockage in their arteries, in the vessels in the heart, where doctors have told that no, we cannot do anything. There are hundreds and hundreds of people who had actually benefited from this, and it's still an ongoing trial. So this is one of the publications out of that. So I think we have also worked on spinal cord injury patients, people who were bedridden. Were taught this Raja Yoga meditation, and their quality of life, their stress levels, all these things have improved positively. That is this last thing. And many other EEG related things we have done. So this is a nutshell about what kind of science that we have done with the theoretical part or the art aspect, which I have discussed earlier. So this is a nutshell what I wanted to share. There are many things you can actually look into our website, bkspark.in, where we have put all these research work as well, the publications. So this is one of the recent thing. Last thing, this meditation also induces increase in the brain volume in particular regions, which are all related to happiness and reward processing. So I have actually another meeting as well in another 10-15 minutes. So for want of time, I stop here. If it's required, I can actually talk still more also, but due to time constraints, I stop here. I can take maybe few questions, so some 2 to 3 questions for another 5 minutes, and we can wind up. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you, Ramjay. It was a very insightful session, and for sharing insights on how to go about research and what kind of research is being taken up. Hope this will open up new avenues for the younger researchers and scholars to take up research even in the spiritual meditation aspects and correlate the impact on various health issues. So participants, feel free to unmute yourself or raise your hand or use chat box to share your observations or comments. If you have any problem unmuting yourself, you can raise your hand so that we can unmute you. There are a few appreciation messages. I think it's clear. Not very nice to know about this project. Very good session from Basim, Maharani Bala, and it's very nice, impressive, inspiring session by Sumita. Great learning on yoga, Christina. You can also unmute yourself. If there is any difficulty in unmuting, I can help you. Sunita, wonderful. There are a lot of messages.
Okay. Okay, fine. If there are no questions, I think we can wind up.
There is one hand raised, Wasim. You can unmute yourself, ma'am.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Sir, it is very understandable session and very good session. And I am very, very thankful to all of you. You have given me a chance and for this conference. Sir, race is a part of, I want to ask a question.
Yeah.
And sir, race is a part of yoga. And actually, I am traveling by foot per day, 7, 10, 12, 20 kilometers walk.
Okay.
But I am reducing my weight. Okay, sir. Is it a part of yoga? Race is a part of yoga.
Okay. Can you just clarify what is that? What is a part of yoga?
Race, running.
Running.
Right, yeah, sure,
Okay,
sir.
okay. So I think from my first slide itself, you could have actually understood. Yoga is more to do with bringing a kind of regulation in our mind. So in that sense, some of the physical things like asana also helps. but doing something physical exercises need not be actually yoga. So what is yoga is you do anything even physically, but is there anything called as mindfulness deep down inside? Then it becomes a component in yoga. But otherwise, gymnastics or any other physical exercise, aerobics, they need not be called as yoga. In fact, we have written a very elaborate review article on physical exercise and yoga. Maybe you can actually Google it and then see that talks in detail about what is yoga and what is physical exercise and what is not yoga also.
Sir, another question is, what is the best timing for yoga?
Yeah.
Early in the morning, or even in the morning, maybe a mid of the day. What is the best time for yoga?
So the ideal time is basically either morning or in the evening. Morning, when we say the most ideal condition as per the classical recommendations is, we call it as a Brahma Muhurt. That is early morning time from 4 o'clock onwards, 4 to 4:45 or 5 o'clock. And similarly, the evening 6:30 to 7:30 is also another crucial time. So it is ideal to practice during these times, but in today's world, lifestyle has become completely haphazard. It's very difficult for people even look at the world at 6 o'clock because they usually get up at 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, or even whenever they feel like they get up. So in that sense, instead of doing nothing, it is better to do something. In that context, people in fact teach yoga at any time throughout the day. Okay, so anytime throughout the day, if you want to do, only thing is, especially when you're doing something physical, including yogasana, all those things, then your food matters. Say, for example, after you take food, give a gap of at least, let's say, 3 to 4 hours, and then you do. But again, this need not apply to if you're doing something only in your mind in the name of meditation. Okay, so in that sense, the ideal time is a morning or in the evening. But if there is no time at all for you in the morning or evening for various other reasons, there is nothing wrong in doing throughout the day, provided you do based on your physiology. Physiology in the sense, not like immediately after eating, those kinds of stuff.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So maybe I can take one more question if somebody has, or else I'm also running out of time.
Thank you, Vasimji. There is one query from Manjunam. I'm traveling 3.5 hours journey, and any possibilities and any techniques do while bus journey, maybe to do while bus journey.
Okay. Yeah, in fact, you can do a lot while you are doing the journey itself. What I would suggest is you can actually identify maybe some of the meditation center which is close by. The website which I have shown, www.brahmakumaris.com. You can actually locate the centers there which is near to you. You can learn and then practice. There are many things which you can practice while you're traveling as well. Yes, you can. Or you can maybe see things online itself. In our website itself, there are certain things which also you can try initially. And if you do not get anything, you can maybe go to nearest centers.
That would be better if you can, reach out to nearest center so that you get complete guidance and you will also get motivated. In fact, that is what lacking when we practice by ourselves. When we are in a team or a group of, like-minded together, we involve more.
Correct.
So thank you. Thank you, sir, for joining us and sparing your valuable time and all the way joining to enlighten us on this wonderful occasion of World Psychology Day. And your contributions have been really commendable in the world of research, especially in spirituality And, in coming days, we can learn more from you. And if you can spare some time in coming days, we can get some more insights and look forward for more sessions, and wishing you all the success. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So friends, hope you all have enjoyed. And these are the very secular ways of doing meditation. Anyone can join. It's all about exploring ourselves and doing. And we have different approaches to do. Basically, in a simple way, it's the union of mind, body, and soul integrating together for a better understanding. So you can explore, you can visit. Brahma Kumaris is there in quite good number of countries. If I am not wrong, 100 plus countries. And you can visit any nearest center. You can search it online. Otherwise, you can, after the conference, you can always text me so that I can also help you out in reaching you the nearest location, so that you can go and explore yourself and practices and also benefit from it. And do note and observe and do share your observation, so that it will also help in providing suggestions and also doing documentation. So thank you. So we'll move on with our next speaker without taking much time. So next we have with us Professor Next we have with us Professor Wali Mutamazil. He is President and Chief Executive Officer, Behavioral and Mental Wellness Coaching, USA. And he is also was a Harry S. Truman Scholar and Certified Leadership Executive and Organization Coach, and Certified Human Systems Dynamic Associate, and Certified Advanced Level PrAP Facilitator, Global Markets, and is Certified Peer Specialist, and also the best-selling author, The Art and Science of Success, the top among the top 50, the top 1 best-selling book list on Amazon 2011, and he is also a US Marine veteran in the Vietnam era. So, and he has vast experience and a lot of publications and research work. He has guided many students and trained, many professionals. We welcome you, Professor Wali, sir, to take over for your session on tips for healthcare professionals coping with stress and compassionate fatigue.
Good evening, and thank you for that warm introduction. I first would like to thank the Almighty for His mercy, protection, and guidance, and this opportunity to be with each one of you today. My presentation today is an overview, orientation, an introduction to the symptoms of disaster and non-disaster related stress and duress. I will give an illustration of 4 categories. 1 being physical, 2 cognitive, 3 emotional, and 4 behavior. I would also give signs and symptoms of compassion fatigue with 14 illustrations, self-care and stress management, 9 illustrations, progressive muscle relaxation with 5 examples, and breathing techniques for relaxation. First, 6 examples. Secondly, with 4 examples. Tips for managers, 4 illustrations. And lastly, when to seek professional support. And if time permits, a question and answer session. If we can go back to the beginning of the slides, thank you for your support. Coping with stress and compassion fatigue. And let's take a deep dive into the next slide, please. Stress and compassion fatigue. Stress or stressors encompasses the way that your body and your brain respond to perceived demands in our environment. Issues can arise, however, when you're in shorter time to recover between stressors. We may find ourselves exhausted. Next slide, please. Compassion fatigue includes 2 elements. One popular idea is burnout, especially when public safety professionals, which includes healthcare, police officers, law enforcement, even educators, executives, parents, and students. Secondly, is what is known as secondary traumatic stress. One of the more popular illustrations would be caregivers and providers to individuals who are deserving of care. And as a result of this experience and empathy, our own issues may arise as secondary stressors. Next slide. As I mentioned, there are 4 categories, the first one being physical. Our physical health is directly correlated with our mental wellness, such as stomach aches or diarrhea, changes in appetite and eating habits, headaches, or other pain without a clear physical cause, jumpiness, and exaggerated startled response, trouble falling asleep, staying asleep, sleeping too much, or trouble relaxing. Next slide, please. Cognitive would include difficulty remembering things, difficulty thinking clearly or concentrating confusion, sometimes an increase in overly concern and worries, and trouble making decisions. Next slide, please. Emotional would include anxiety, fear, overwhelming, sadness, anger, guilt, numbness, an inability to feel joy or sadness, including participating in social events that we once enjoyed. Next slide, please. Behavior sometimes may increase or decrease in activity levels and reduce stamina. Frequent crying, use of alcohol or other drugs in an attempt to reduce stressing feelings or to forget. Angry outbursts, desire to be alone most of the time, and deliberate self-isolation. Risk-taking behavior, which sometimes is seen on our roads, individuals driving with rage. Next slide, please. Compassion fatigue may be an increase in startled responses to activity around you or us, a feeling of being on edge, difficulty making decisions, exhaustion, difficulty sleeping. Next slide, please. Impaired ability to care for patients, clients, or consumers, intrusive, troubling thoughts, negative thoughts about patients, clients, or consumers, reduced employment or work satisfaction, sense of lack of control in the workplace regarding one's occupation, feelings of disconnection from colleagues and work teams. Next slide, please. Feelings of being overwhelmed by the amount of work to be done, especially educators, counselors, public safety professionals may find themselves overwhelmed. Anger and irritability that could be easily induced. Reduced ability to feel sympathy or even empathy. Avoidance of reminders of upsetting experiences with patients, clients, and consumers, which may result in an increased use of alcohol and other drugs. Next slide, please. Addressing and prevention of compassion fatigue. We need to take care of ourselves first, which allows others to care for you. To be able to do your best work in caring for others, we must care for ourselves first. We cannot give what we do not have. Next slide, please. self-care and stress management. Do your best to attend to your physical health and consider some of these. I have 9 illustrations. Try to be physically active, ideally several times a week, taking part in activities you enjoy. For me, it would be walking in nature. Strive to sleep and eat well. For me, it's 6 to 8 hours of sleep. Avoid increasing use of alcohol and other drugs. Next slide, please. Also key to health and resilience is maintenance of your support networks. Remember to do the following. Stay in contact with loved ones, including family and friends. Turn to colleagues for contact and support at work and school. Visualization. Remember that in places such as home, work, and school, you want to be at peace. And you want the environment to be calming for you. Next slide, please. Progressive muscle relaxation. I have 5 illustrations. Progressive muscle relaxation could be exercise that you practice at home or outside of one's home. Mindful movements such as yoga or Tai Chi. Meditation. Next slide. Some of the direction for muscle relaxation. 1, get into a comfortable position. That could be sitting or standing, or even laying flat. Choose a muscle group such as muscles in your feet or lower legs. 3, breathe in and tighten the muscles in the group for 5 to 10 seconds. Breathe out and release the muscles suddenly. Relax at least 10 seconds. And 5, repeat the process with other muscle groups. It can also help to make progress from one's head to the toe or vice versa. Next slide, please. Breathing techniques for relaxation. 1, sit quietly, relax, or close your eyes. 2, exhale completely through your mouth, making woozy sounds. It may help to purse your lips. And 3, close your mouth and inhale quietly through your nose for a count of 4. Next slide, please. 4, hold your breath for a count or 7 of what may be comfortable for you. 5, exhale completely through your mouth slowly, making a woozy sound to the count of 8 of what may be comfortable for you. 6, Repeat steps 2 to 5 3 times for a total or 3 or 4 breaths. Next slide, please. Breathing exercises. Humor. Write it in a journal or drawing. Participating in spiritual or religious practices. Next slide, please. Tips for managers. Schedule employees so that when they have time to rest and recover between shifts. Schedule staff so that they move into shifts in positions involving less stress after completing shifts in high stress position. We see a lot of this in the nursing industry. Recognizing staff members for their work and offer managerial and organizational support. Next slide, please. When to seek professional support. Acknowledging the need for help is a sign of strength. An employee assistance program which focuses on abilities rather than disabilities. Helpful resources, sections for free, confidential listening and support with crisis, non-crisis, relationships, and referral. If we have an opportunity for questions and time permit, this would be a good time.
Thank you, Professor, for a very insightful session and wonderful tips you have shared with us, especially even our frontline workers or medical health professionals also go through this occupational health hazards. Every occupation has its own hazards, unique, and also certain common hazards. You have very well portrayed and explained, presented the occupational hazards and the kind of health challenges we go through. Friends, feel free to share your observations, or if you want, you can get your queries clarified. You can raise your hand, or you can unmute yourself, or you can use chat box, whichever way is convenient for you to share your queries, comments, observations. Yeah, Mary, you can unmute yourself.
Good night, sir. I thank Dr. Ravindra sir and Sri Holistic Health Foundation and Sri Research Institute Center for Art, Science and Wellbeing to give me an opinion, to express my opinion. Actually, sir, it was a very learning session for me. It is a new topic for me. I learned a lot from your session. It is a little bit, I didn't know about your session so much. So I learned a lot of things, done a lot of hard work in the PPT, sir. God bless you. Take care and all the best for next session, sir.
Thank you, Mary. And are you able to share your occupation with us?
Sir, I'm basically a professional social worker. I have done masters in social work.
Thank you for sharing
Yes,
the
sir.
heroic work as a social worker.
Thank you, sir.
The heart of mental wellness is social workers. What they represent is an occupation and as a gift to humanity. So I salute you. My co-worker equally is a retired social worker, and I just learned so much from her every time we get a chance to work together. Thank you, Mary.
Thank you very much, sir, for your appreciation.
Thank you, Mary. Arun, you have unmuted. Do you?
Hello, hello, sir.
Yeah,
Hello,
please.
ma'am.
Hello. Thank you, sir. So much elaborative session, but I must say your session is very comprehensive also. In such a short span of time, you have explained beautifully. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm humbled by your kind words. And when we speak to being humble or humility, it means that there's so much for me to learn.
Thank you, sir.
Are you able to share with us your occupation?
Yes, sir. I am an associate professor in psychology since last 36 years.
Oh my God. I cannot say thank you enough.
And I am
For
teaching in a college, undergraduate students. And at this stage of my life, I am pursuing PhD also.
Congratulations in advance.
Yeah.
Yes, you're growing leaders. You have been growing leaders for decades. And if we do not have wellness leadership, we do not have leadership. I thank you.
Thank you, sir.
For being in this field of human potential and growing leaders. We need you now more than ever. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Arunaji. Anyone else would like to share? Quickly, you can unmute yourself and share. There are few messages, very informative, from Sumita ji, very informative session. Thank you so much, sir. And from Arun, so much comprehensive session. Akshay, and all. And from Vasim, awesome session. From Akshay, very informative. A lot of messages in the chat box. Thank you, Professor Wali, for joining us, and a very insightful session. And it is also need of the hour because of this climate change, and also because of overburdened, psychologists are being overburdened. And being both a psychologist and also social worker and also a multidisciplinary professional, I share common occupational hazards as well. So being interacting with a multidisciplinary team, I understand different kind of challenges we all face individually as well as together as a team. So you have given wonderful insights, and it's a great opportunity to learn from you all senior, professors, where we get insights, and we love to learn more and more from you, even in future. And you have been very kind enough whenever we have invited. You have come all the way and shared your extensive knowledge and experience. We are ever grateful to you, and we thank you once again for joining us on this wonderful occasion of Psychology Day and Psychology Week. Thank you, sir, once again for joining. We wish you all the success for your future endeavors. Thank you once.
Thank you, Dr. Ravindra. Your kind words is what unites us. And to be on a heroic journey with you is to be a servant with you in your network. There's so much for me to learn. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. We always look forward for you in future also. Thank you very much once again for joining us.
Thank you. Have a nice evening.
Thank you, Professor. Have a great day. Hope it's daytime there.
Yes, I'm on my way to a conference. In about 10 minutes, I'm going to a conference working with small businesses. And we just had a wonderful conference last week on US-India business connections here in the state right now of North Carolina. So we are so grateful for this relationship with India. You are just doing amazing work in the business, social community here in the state of North Carolina. Thank you so much. We were graced with the ambassador to the United States to address the conference just last Thursday. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations, Professor, and we wish you all the success and hope we will have more such opportunities to work closely together. Thank you. Thank you once again. So after listening to the wonderful session by our Professor Wali sir, we will move on to our next session. And thank you for all your appreciation messages and kind words. It's a great honor to our professor to be on our platform and to receive your appreciation messages. Then we will move on to our next session. We have with us Dr. Sunita Bahmani.
Good evening, everyone. Am I audible? I'm not able to on my video.
Yeah, 1 second. Now you can switch on. She is Dr. Sunita Bahmani, Professor, Department of Social Work, Aditi Mahavidyalaya from Bhavana, University of Delhi. She is also life member, National Association of Professional Social Workers in India. And also she has various credits, research and publications. We welcome you, ma'am, for your session on community health and social responsibility.
Thank you, sir. So, sir has given my introduction, and I myself, Dr. Sunita, I am teaching in Delhi University since 23 years. I joined Delhi University in 1999 and done my post-graduation in 98 only. And that span of period, 23 of years of teaching is a golden time of my lifetime. And still I covered the half of the teaching experience, and more 20 years are waiting for my learning as a teacher. Here, with the permission of the team, I would like to say that I have not prepared any PPT regarding my presentation. I would more like to discuss and more like to share my experience as a teacher, how to do that of the fieldwork practice in Delhi University with the undergraduate students, that is the BSW students. And that's why I have chosen that topic, community health. Here, I would just switch off my video. As we know that health is not just an aspect, health is a global aspect. And not only related with the individual, it is related to as a whole with the community. And in our fieldwork practice in BSW, as I told that I am teaching BSW students since 23 years, and it is the part of our course curriculum, that is the fieldwork practice, which is the heart of the social work practice. In that fieldwork practice, we placed students in different communities and different institutions, as well as open community for doing their fieldwork practice. And here in the community, they have to undergo with the characteristics of the community, and as per their capability or as per their interest or as per the supervision from the teachers, students also free to choose to do any of the orientation of the community, either related to health, education, empowerment, domestic violence. And there are the endless problems in the communities, either in the rural community, urban community, or the slum area in Delhi. In the social work, with the help of the sociology and psychology, mainly we do practices in different aspects at the individual level and the group level and the community level. And I am teaching that community organization paper. And here I would like to share that to understand the community, first we have to understand individual, and then we have to understand the group. And whenever we combine that of the individual and the group, and their needs, their interests, their problems, their resources, their solutions, that only collaborated in the community aspect. In the as per it is the conference of the psychology, but in the social work we cannot move forward without the help of the understanding of the individual understanding of the person in the community level. Here we do our counseling services, provide our intervention strategy, provides our group therapy with the help of the social work practice, after taking knowledge from the psychology. And I will explain my experience during COVID time also. During COVID times, I and one of my teacher, they established the Jeevan Rakshika initiatives. That Jeevan Rakshika initiatives basically helps the community people to do help during the COVID times. And whatever the help we can provide, either in the material or either in the non-material. It may be the counseling, it may be the emotional support, it may be the ventilation of the feeling, and it may be the help of the providing the networking of the different NGOs in their community to provide their help in terms of the resources also. Here I will say that if I pick the area of community health, here I use the Skinner theory also, social learning theory also, and it is also great impact of the Freud and post-Freud theories also. So in the social work, we have the different combination of different discipline, different theory, and a different type of the strata. And whenever we are doing practice basically on the community health, there are the different levels that are the prevention, treatment, rehabilitation, and follow-up services. And whenever we are providing our help to a person, suppose the person is the victim of the, or you can suppose the person is the client group of that strata, which are included not only the communicable diseases but also the non-communicable diseases, either from the COVID, either from the leprosy, either from the malaria or HIV/AIDS. Here we have to do our practice as a social worker with the individual to the individual on the basis of study, diagnosis, and treatment. And whenever we are providing that type of the help in the community, in a group, we have to understand the group dynamics also, health aspect also. We have to understand what type of the resources available in the community to provide, to strengthen the community health services in the for our client group. And while doing that of the practice, our student and me as a supervisor also try to cater the government as well as non-government services or the local services which are provided for the community people. We do our home visit also. Suppose we are doing work with the community, in the community with the little children, you can say the children, then we want to conduct the hand wash activity, and there is the limitation of the water, scarcity of the water in the community. Then we have to do the networking with the different NGOs that just making, realizing the importance of the hand wash activity. First, we have to provide the resources as an soap and the resources as an bucket of water or the full of water to the community people. So health, hygiene, hand wash activity is just not an activity. We have to do lots of the networking with different NGOs, which we have done during the COVID times also and post-COVID time also. And if we, as a social worker, we practice the community health with the adolescent girls, we have to understand their psychology as an adolescent girl, what type of the problem they are facing, about their menstrual hygiene, what type of the things they are required, what type of the taboos in their mind, what type of the myths they are facing, and how to dump that of the napkins or the clothes they are using during their menstrual cycle. That is also one type of the awareness we can provide as in the community health. And if we say that if I have to work with the elderly people, then to deal the depression, to deal the loneliness, to deal the segregated strata of the community or the society which are more vulnerable during the COVID, and even after the post-COVID also, we have to work with that of elderly people if we want to understand the community health. And if you want to understand the community health in the new normal situation, as a social worker, we have to understand the ISR and CSR activities, that are the institutional social responsibility and the corporate social responsibility. And both of the responsibilities are, if we social worker not touched by that activity, we cannot understand the community as a whole. Here, I would say that the role of the social worker or the psychologist in a community should be as a motivator, as a counselor, as a researcher, and as a mediator, as an advocate, and as a facilitator. So the responsibility for the health should be the collaborative effort among individual and the community, in which we can make the realize to the community people that taking care of health is not the just the responsibility of the government, or it is not responsibility of NGO sector. It is not responsibility of the fieldwork trainee or the teacher. It is the responsibility of the self. It's herself or himself by the community people also. They should understand the concept of the health. Either they are facing problem during COVID time or post-COVID time, they must give investment to their health aspect. As my earlier presentation, Professor Sir also clearly mentioned that self-care is so much important. There are lots of benefit about the meditation and yogas. That type of the sessions we can conduct with the community peoples to enhance their community health aspect. So the public health activities and programs which are initiated by the government and NGO sector related to HIV, cancer, malaria, and other diseases, we can do provide our services as a social worker in the area of prevention, treatment, and rehabilitation. As sir, just before of my presentation, they have discussed about the climate change also. If we want to learn about the community people regarding the climate change, regarding the waste disposal, regarding the water quality and recycled products, it is the understanding of the social worker to motivate the community people and to understand the psychology of the community people also, to make aware to access to their healthcare, building their capability and advancing their clinical quality. So I would conclude my whole of the presentation that health is not an individual agenda; it is a global agenda. Health need should be given a permanent attention, not by academician, but it also by the government sector and NGO sector. And being teacher and being faculty member, it is our responsibility to make aware to our students, because they are the brand ambassador to provide our knowledge to the community people through by our teaching. So improving the quality of the people, it will create health promotion. We should create the health promotion activity, health protection activity. And there is a need of the research and innovations in the health sector also to make aware to the community people in the area of the healthcare system. So not only that of the aspect which I have discussed during my presentation, I think there is a need to create the volunteerism. How to become the volunteer in the community to provide the services whichever they have, and how to make aware to the other NGOs and to connect that of NGOs, so that no of the community should be untouched by the social workers. So the last three words of my presentation is needs that self-care, motivation, counseling, and empathetic attitude. If I as a social worker, I as a teacher is full of resources, my community where my students are placed or where I am living, it may not be fulfilled with the resources. So making aware to the people to use that of the resources which are available in their community, and to provide the information of the other resources. That is our duty as a social worker, and it is the responsibility of the trainees also, while doing the social work practice, to create that type of the environment in the community where they are doing their fieldwork practice, that community health should be the concern, or not only for a conference, not only for the seminar, it should be a ongoing process, not only for the COVID. It should be ongoing process. We should take care of the community people, from children to elderly, from the sick to well. If there is a person who is not sick, but we have to provide the yoga session, we have to do the different session with the meditation session, so that we can enhance the capability and the potential who are not sick, and provide the emotional support and counseling services who are sick and who are vulnerable to any of the resources. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Ravinder sir.
Thank you, Sunita ji. It was thank you for sharing your insights about conducting fieldwork. It was not only just useful for UG students, but also for everyone, even including the practitioners also. It's very useful. The practical insights you have been sharing. So friends, if you have any queries, feel free to share. You can use chat box, or you can unmute yourself, or you can raise your hand, whichever is convenient to you. Yeah, Mary, you have unmuted.
Hi, ma'am. Good evening, ma'am. Actually, I thank Dr. Ravindra sir and Sri Holistic Health Foundation for giving me the opportunity to express my opinion. Actually, I have done entire 17 years of my service. I've done only field work. So I know what I remembered a lot of my field work, because first time only I worked in village. I worked in community health department in St. John's Medical College, Bangalore. First job only was in village for me. So I used to do work with health workers, community workers, field workers. We used to go every day. We used to travel 15 kilometers going and 15 kilometers. Then we conducted street play, group meeting. That all came into my memory when you said.
Actually, ma'am, as said by Ravinder sir, it is a multidisciplinary approach. We have to do with the help of the different disciplines, with different strata, with a different approach, with a different time of period, with different vision also. Whatever we have applied today, it may be not applied tomorrow. We have to do a little bit change. So nowadays, students in the community also, everyone has that of the smartphone. And how to make use that of the smartphone, that actually is lacking. Whenever we are just standing in the red light, when we are driving or doing journey, everyone from the rickshaw puller to the person who is sitting in the OD, all are busy with the chatting. Every person is busy with the phone, but nobody knows about that. Take that of the worry where that student are going. And one day, ma'am, what happened during my class, one of my student put the phone in front of me. Then I said, why are you doing this? Ma'am, I am doing the recording of your lecture. Right now, I am doing the other thing, and I will listen that lecture whenever I feel in a good mood. Now I am doing that of the fieldwork. I am compiling all of my fieldwork reports. Then I said that I am happy that my student can convey their actual thinking. They are not doing any manipulation. But in the other way, I am so much surprised that that of the COVID time, that make learn to the every person how to record the things, and nobody knows ki after that recording, nobody will listen. They will listen during their exam, and everything is available on the Google. That's the main concern which I have shared now.
Yeah, actually, my first job only was, I was working with the multidisciplinary team, and 3 years I worked there only in that same community medicine department in St. John's Medical College. So every day I have to travel with health workers, doctors, physiotherapists, audiologists, everything. So I learned, I did not know my language, Kannada is not my mother tongue. So I learned a lot of the state language because I am in Bangalore now. I don't know state language that much. So I improved my Kannada writing report and all. And it was very informative because we are in city, we explored village, no, that is a new setup. So everything we are translating and this one. So it brought me a lot of my memories of my work, your presentation. Actually, I went back to my job when you said that, because I done 3 years in community only, and all my 17 years service I have done in field only.
I am feeling very much humbled because of that of interactive session or the presentation. I am able to do the best memories to recognize or flashback of the best memories, because nowadays we are in a stress because everyone is more doing focus on the bad memories or bad things. But whenever we will see the bright things or the good memories or the positive aspect of anything, as my earlier presentation also said, displays in the Brahm Kumari also, we have to focus on the good things. And I'm feeling humbled, Mary, that you are able to recap
Actually, I'm very new to academics. I don't know that much, but I have done my entirely 15 years I've done in field only. Every day home visit, every day meeting community, every day speaking to health workers, every community panchayat raj, like that only I have done. Most of the time I'm in village only.
Mary, I have done my PhD on that 73rd Amendment. That is the participation of scheduled caste women in Panchayati Raj institution in Haryana. I just do the longitudinal study also. I have done my PhD in 2003. And in last 26th March 2023, I have done the longitudinal study of my research also. Whatever the changes had come in during that 20 years in the Haryana villages. I'm feeling very good to know.
Actually,
Lots
when
of
we were
PRI.
there in St. John's, now Harvard School of Medicine had come to visit our medical college. That
Great.
time we had to take these foreigners to village. That time I used to explain what they're telling in that state language. Now I used to explain to them in English. So that work also I was doing. It brought me a lot of memories of
Great.
St. John's
Great.
Medical College for me today. Because the entire 3 years I've been in field only with health
Great.
workers, community workers, then how to do self-help groups, how to do, they collect money and they conduct in the group only. If one member is having daughter's marriage, son marriage, how they're making self-help group account, that and all. It brought me a lot of memories of my community work.
Actually, whenever we are entered in any community, there are lots of the things which we learn and we want to do work. There are lots of the things. That's the beauty of our social work. That is the beauty of our field work.
For me, first job only I got in community. First job the first salary I took only is from the community health department, St. John's Medical College. Thank you very much, ma'am. It impacted my life a lot. It brought me a lot of memories. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sunita. Thank you, Mary, for sharing and your experiences. This is what required, especially when we are, working with field and community. We need to share our experiences so that we can learn from them and use it accordingly. So thank you, Sunita ji, for joining us and sharing with us. Wish you all the success for your future endeavors and look forward for more sessions in future. So we'll move on to our next session for the day.
Good evening, everyone. I hope you can hear me. Hello?
Yeah, ma, just a second. Yeah, now you can switch on your video and audio.
Sir, just because of to maintain the consistency of audio, I will not on my video. If I on my video, it will be like voice will break in between. That's why. Is it okay, or shall I on the?
Once you switch on, I will take a snapshot, then you can switch off.
Okay, sir.
Okay, just a second. Okay.
Okay. So everyone, I would like to present my topic so I had studied on utilization of mental health services through primary health centers. So can you see my slides?
It's not yet visible, ma. Introduce yourself.
So yeah. So my name is Jensil D'Souza. I am pursuing my PhD program at the JSS Institute. It's in Mysore. So as a part of my academic, I had to go for conference, workshops, everything. So as a part of it, I am attending one of the conference from your institute, sir. I would thank you for giving me this opportunity for representing my work which I had done. So let's begin with my presentation. So I had done my work on utilization of mental health services through primary health centers during COVID-19. So as we all know, COVID-19 was a situation which brought up kind of health related problems, and we had a lot of problems in the health as well as in the policy, as well as in the infrastructure, and also in the budget. So my study focused on how people are mentally they are having related to mental health problems, and how much of trouble they faced during COVID-19. So COVID-19 was a wake up call for any kind of improvement in the economic policy as well as the health infrastructure. So even though in India we have limited resources, these resources could be utilized in a strategical manner through the a lot of programs which has been provided from the government of India. So the objectives which I used for my study were to know about people, how many people are aware of mental health services and through primary health centers, and those people who are utilizing the mental health services. And the third objectives were those people who are utilizing and who are willing to utilize the mental health services, and what are the factors influencing them to utilize it. So these are the three objectives which I used for my study. So the methodology which I followed was, so I used a cross-sectional study design where I took one of the PHC from the Mangalore taluk of Dakshina Kannada district of Karnataka, and from one PHC, the one sub-center was chosen according to my sample size. And the participants who were in my study were the people who are above 18 years, and the exclusion criteria was those who were already in the medication for mental health services, or they were already taking the uh, medicines for mental health. So the study duration which were considered was from April to May 2022. So the study instrument which I used was the semi-structured questionnaire was given to the people, and after that the questionnaire which was prepared, and it was having the content validation from the subject expert. So three content expert people had validated my questionnaire, and same was administered to the participant. So sample size calculation was taken. So total sample size of my study was 388. So this was done from the this was taken from the prevalence of the previous study which was done by Somnath Pal in 2018. So considering 60% as the prevalence, I got the sample size of about 388 when I was adjusting my sample size for 5% of non-response rate. So considering 5% as a non-response rate, my sample size was totally, I considered it as 388. So this is the sample technique which I followed. So among 19 PHC of Mangalore Taluk, through simple random sampling, I considered Kotekar PHC, which had 7 subcenters with the household population of 11,300 B subcenter, and through systematic of that household of that particular subcenters. Totally 388 individuals were interviewed and their response was collected. So in the study variable, dependent variables were all the socio-demographic features like the age, gender, marital status, educational status, type of ration card they use, family members, social class. So social class was classified based on BG Prasad classification for May 2021. And also to know about their psychological distress, Kessler scale was used, and also the positive for COVID and quarantine for COVID in past was also recorded. So the dependent variable was according to the objective of me. That is, one is awareness, the utilization, and willingness, and the factors used which is used to measure the people utilizing the mental health services. So the statistical analysis of my study was done by two softwares. One is EpiCollect software. So whatever the data I collected manually was recorded in the Excel sheet through EpiCollect 5 mobile application, and after that, to analyze the statistical data, I use Stata version 14. Then the data whichever I got it, so the continuous variables were uh, summarized as a mean, and the categorical variable whichever I got it, so I used that in the form of frequency and percentage of that particular data was done. And whichever the data I got it, so I use them as a category. So categorical data were analyzed using chi-square. Then for multivariate analysis was done using log binomial regression, only for those data which had a correlation of, and which had the correlation as the p-value considered to be less than 0.2 were adjusted for a prevalence ratio of 95% of the confidence interval. And the result obtained were those who belonged to 18 to 44 years, they were highest in my study, that is 55.1%, and females were about 76%, and those who were married were 80.9%. And according to the qualification, graduated and above were 28.1%, which was the highest. And for the occupational status, even them, the unemployed individuals were 54.9%. So I am highlighting the highest percentage in every groups. And also about the social class, so those who belong to the social class of class 3, so they were 26%, and those who had BPL card, as that is below poverty level, that is 64.4%, and those who had a nuclear family, they were 71.4%, and those who did not diagnosed with the COVID were 89.2%, and those who were not quarantined to COVID-19 were 87.6%, and who did not had any history of mental illness were 80.1%, and who did not had any family history of mental illness were 92%. So Kessler scale, as it is already told, so so no distress means that if the so Kessler scale is dealt with the scores. So it will be having 10 questions which consisting of 50 marks. So each questions will be consisting of 5 marks. So if the score individual gets below 20, which means that there is no distress, and those who get the score more than 20, they will be considered to have mild or moderate distress. So the individuals who did not had distress were 90.5, and availed mental health services by any provider during COVID-19 pandemic who were availed mental health services were um, including, that is people, that is 20, those who people availed mental health services through provider were 28.9%, and who did not were 71.1%. So most of the people preferred government services to take up the mental health services, and those individuals, that is only 4 people received the follow-up services, and 75% of the people received the follow-up services from the PHC. So about the willingness, people who were willing to avail mental health services from the qualified providers were 91.7%, and those who were willing to avail mental health services from the PHC were 82.2%, and the preferred mode of them to utilize the mental health services include direct counseling and screening. So most of the people told direct counseling or screening is the preferred mode of services by them. That is 69 people had agreed that they wanted direct counseling or the screening method as a mode of service which they can prefer. And also willingness to avail mental health services from PHC. So about 82.2% of the people were willing to avail mental health services from PHC. So about the discussion part, one of the study was conducted in Nepal. So in the Nepal, they have concluded that what were the barriers to utilize mental health services. So first barrier was the distance. So distance from the house to the healthcare sector. And second is the availability of medical drugs. So and also about the infrastructure facilities. So even if they have a good infrastructures where they could go and utilize the services. And also about the main thing is about the maintaining the confidentiality, so which is very important when it comes to the mental health. So it is still a stigma here. That's why it's very important to maintain the confidentiality of the people. So one more study also supported my study, where it's about Nagendra P, where he also reported that there should be IEC programs. So if IEC programs are conducted, that will get more of improvement in the programs which is being provided from the government. So the prevalence of individual in my study, the prevalence of individual who were aware of mental health services which were provided through PHC was only 47%, and 59% were unemployed who were unaware of mental health services provided through PHC. And most of the health information which was obtained to the people were from the ASHA workers. That is 61% of the information was obtained from the ASHA workers, which becomes a major source of information regarding mental health services to the community. And one more study was also conducted in Nepal, where it identified that gender, socio-economic state, educational qualification, occupational status were also mattered to utilize the mental health services. So similarly, I found many studies which supported how much of socio-demographic features were effective uh, in the person who prefer to take up the mental health services. So about 82.2% in my study, they were willing to take the mental health services from PHC, and 18% were not willing to take the mental health service from the PHC. So this study was done to analyze one of the program in Karnataka. So in Karnataka, there is a program called as Mano Chaitanya program, which was started in 2014 as a intervention for a district mental health program. So this program was started where it is also called as a Super Tuesday, because every Tuesdays the psychiatrist or the expert people will be going to each PHCs, and they will diagnose the people who are diagnosed for mental health issues, and they are being treated and they are being given all the required medications which makes them get healed from the distress which they are suffering from. And from the conclusion, only few people were aware of mental health services which has been given from the government, and unemployed individuals had association with unawareness of mental health services. About 1%, only 1% were utilizing the mental health services through primary health center during COVID-19. Moreover, 82.2% were willing to avail mental health services through primary health center. So as according to me and according to the literature whichever I found, nearby 80 to 75 to 80% of the diseases or any of the psychological distress could be treated at the initial point, that is through primary health centers. Only 10 to 15% of the cases need to go for the higher level of health services. These if the services are provided through PHC in a required way, it would be very beneficial for the people, and it would also boost the people and healthcare's connection, and thereby um, it will also strengthen the response between the people and the health workers. So this will boost up the bond between the community and the health system. So through primary health center, which provides a base for the health system, this is one of the health tier where the primary health center provide the beneficial way for the people to take up their health services at the initial level. So through this, I conclude my presentation. And in my study, the strength was I was the alone who collected the samples, and and Kessler scale was used. So it is one of the strongest tool which is used to diagnose the psychological distress. And this is one of the first study which is done on the utilization of mental health services from PHC during COVID. So limitation is this is just a cross-sectional study where it was a snapshot where in a particular point of time I collected the data. So there was no any follow-up done on those people, and generalization could be minimum. So we cannot generalize this to every states or every taluks, because the situation might be different or the conditions might be different. So incidents could not be mentioned due to the study design. So this is a cross-sectional study, so we could only go for prevalence, not for the incidents. So by this I conclude. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone.
Very well presented. Congratulations, Jensen.
Thank you, sir.
You could have managed this sound while you are presenting. No? I think you are keeping your mic too close to your mouthpiece, so that you know that air disturbance was there. Otherwise, it was very well presented, and it was nice. Anyone would like to share your observation or comments on the presentations? Feel free, so. Then unmute yourself or raise your hand. So hopefully there are no queries. So we also have exceeded almost our scheduled time. So thank you, everyone. Before leaving, quickly fill up the feedback form.
Hello.
Yeah, Dr. Ranaji.
Yeah, I'm really sorry to cut you. Now it was the hectic round the clock schedule. So the nick of the time, I just, got the opportunity. So it's really very, very, very wonderful. And I'm Dr. Rana Muhammad Naeem from Rafiq Research and Educational Society, Pakistan. And simultaneously, I am at University of Agriculture, Multan, Pakistan. So my humble submission to respected Sir Wali Mutazammil. Thank you for a very comprehensive and nice discussion today. And I would like to have the reciprocal understanding between our organization and the like-minded organization from Pakistan and the rest of the friends. I mean, today we have a different community, and why not we should have mutual understanding, I mean, between the two countries.
Thank you, Doctor. We are always there working and with this Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav platform, and also earlier also we were working with various platforms and on with various countries. Now also we have around 60 to 80 countries participant speakers joining. So we welcome you. In fact, you can also register and make a presentation in coming days. This is a wonderful opportunity. In fact, this was decided in a very short time, so we couldn't reach many of our like-minded professionals. Maybe you can also spread a word. Everyone, we request everyone to spread this conference information, and so that they can also join and they can also present also as well as participate. We invite you also, Doctor, to come forward with your presentation. And we would also like to listen in your country how, this psychology as a profession is being taken forward and how it is benefiting there, and any regional differences in terms of methodology, pedagogy, and the practice. So we would also like to learn more about. So it would be great if you also come up in coming days and share your experiences. We can also allot you some time.
Sure, positive. Dr. Ravindra, it's a very kind hug back. And again, I would like to render my vote of thanks to Dr. Waleed Mutazammil, one of the legend and the keynote speaker of today's discussion, all the way from United States of America, from Wellness and Recovery. Thank you very much, sir, for connecting me with such a like-minded sister organizations like social workers. So I would like to request that we have some university youth where I teach as a pedagogue of citizenship education and community engagement. So why not I have Dr. Ravindra RM as a keynote speaker in my upcoming lecture or as a social action project with the youth of Pakistan. So it would be, you know, cultural diversity. It would be the sharing of thoughts. And I hope that my worthy Vice Chancellor would definitely appreciate. And most probably, I'm pregnant with hope that I would like to share and want to have your email address and the rest of communication like WhatsApp so that we can get in touch in future.
Sure, Doctor. We are always there to support in whatever way we can. And thank you for your invitation. We are always there with you and with all our fraternity, wherever they are, in whichever country they are located. And thank you for inviting me. And I would be happy to address. So I hope you have my contact number.
Yeah, I have sent my email address in the chat box.
Okay, sure. Thank you. I will get back to you. And you can also reach me. And do attend, keep attending, and also invite your students also. Maybe this is a good opportunity. They can also, because we have still 6 more days left. So you can invite them, and also you can also be part of the presentations. And any other professionals or like-minded fraternity from other universities in Pakistan, kindly invite them, and maybe we can have a dialogue of the profession that we can take it forward.
Excellent. I have sent my official WhatsApp number, and the cell number is the same, and the website of my organization and my email address. So I'm looking forward to have your complete address, so we'll get in touch.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. Dear friends, quickly fill up the feedback form so that the certificates can be prepared. And all the certificates will be issued on a daily basis after the conference. Once the conference is over, it has been the feedback form is raised in the form of polls. There is no external link. Within the Zoom, you can see a window in the form of polls and quizzes. You can see overall feedback form where you can fill up the feedback form in the form of polls. Is mandatory every day to fill up the feedback form. It is through this form, the certificate data is collected, and also attendance. Is also taken.
Hello, sir. Hello.
Sir,
I could not see the term where it is.
From which device you are connecting?
Mobile. Poll and quiz, sir.
Poll and quiz. You have to fill that form.
Okay. Thanks, sir.
Okay. We request everyone to quickly attend to the poll. It is mandatory. And we request everyone to share the conference information because it was a very short notice. we tried our best to reach all the counterparts, and we are continuing. We request everyone, each one of you, to keep sharing the registration links and the brochure flyer to all your friends.
Excuse me, sir. I am also unable to find the feedback form.
Ma'am, you are using which device?
Mobile.
So mobile, you need to swipe the screen so that you can access it, or maybe it might have got closed when you are touching or accidentally touch the screen. So
I am searching for it, but I am unable to find it.
No, you will have an option like polls or quizzes. Did you find any button, any menu, any option?
No.
Then you need to log off and log in, or you need to update your Zoom app.
I have joined this from an online joining link. I'm not using Zoom platform.
Then how you have joined, ma'am? Through browser?
Yes.
Then there may be difficulty because of browser settings. So it is always advisable to join from a Zoom app, because it provides you all the features, and attendance is also being automatically tracked, recorded by Zoom platform.
Means I am here, मैं morning session में भी यहाँ थी और evening में भी, तो मेरी attendance mark नहीं हुई होगी फिर, हाँ?
नहीं, attendance तो आपका मार्क हुआ है, लेकिन आपका फीडबैक भी लेना है ना?
हाँ जी.
हाँ, तो उसके लिए क्या आपको फीडबैक भी देना है, तो आप Zoom ऐप इंस्टॉल कर लीजिए, उसको अपडेट कीजिए, और कल से, आज ठीक है, आज आप मैसेज में, चैट में आपका डिटेल्स डाल दीजिए, कल से आप अपडेट करके आप ज्वाइन हो जाइए.
Okay, ठीक, thank you.
And all the presenters who have registered but not completed the formalities, we request everyone to quickly, those who are willing to present, quickly register and complete the formalities. Don't wait till the last day. Because suddenly everyone comes on the last day, and it is very difficult to schedule all the sessions, and you will miss the opportunity. So whoever is willing to present, we request everyone to first register themselves with the registration form, and then you can find the format in the registration form itself. You can copy that format, paste in your email, and fill all the details and attach the files required, like your photo, your CV, your PPT, and all other required files, if any, like full paper. You can attach full paper, and you have to share it to email. Then only we will process. Once we receive all your details in email, after you submit the registration form, then only it will be considered. And accordingly, if all the requirements are met, then we will schedule your presentation. So it is mandatory to fill the registration form and share the details as per the format. You can copy the format, and if you have any difficulty from copying that form, on the website also you can find presentation guidelines. In that also, that presentation format is there. You can copy that and paste it in your email and fill all the details and attach the files.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
I have mailed you the PPT of my paper because I want to present. In the morning, I have mailed you. I have talked to you on the phone also.
Ma'am, you need to follow the format.
Okay.
Because what happens if you just send one file, we don't know which file is whose it belongs to. Again, there is a lot of work. So
I,
always,
I just want to ask you
huh,
whether it is compulsory to send the whole paper in advance,
it's not
or the
required.
or the PPT will work.
No, you want your full paper to be published?
No. I don't want to be published. I just want to present a paper.
Then it's not required. But
Okay,
if you
thank you.
want to publish and if you want to present also, it's fine. You can share.
Okay.
That's not an issue.
Okay, sir. Thank
But
you.
make sure you are using the format. You copy and paste that format and fill up all the details. Otherwise, at the time of certificate, you will face problems.
Okay, thank you.
And also kindly circulate this information to
Okay, sir.
all your friends, colleagues, and psychology associations. Yes, Sumita ji.
Yes, sir. I am audible.
Yes.
Yes, sir. I think it seems like I have a network issues. By the way, sir, I have a question that after submitting the feedback form, where we are able to download the certificate?
All the details have been provided in the mail which has been sent today and also has been provided on the website. You have to spend some time. This is what I am telling repeatedly. First, before registration, kindly go through the instructions. We have seen many people struggling because we conduct daily sessions. It is not like, once in a year we conduct 2-3 events. It's very difficult for us to immediately, for reply each, and daily we are getting 1,000 messages. Not only this, we are into various other activities. It is not possible. If we go on reply each and every message, we have to sit in WhatsApp only 24 hours. So it's not literally possible. We do have our own limitations. So what we request is kindly read all the instructions. All the links are there in email. Everything is being sent in detail. Spend 5 minutes. Otherwise, I have seen many people who are struggling. They did not get certificate only because of their negligence of not reading. So do read all the instructions. Everything is provided. Even links, direct links are also provided. We can't help you because we are also having a lot of work. So what you can do, go through the instructions. There is a link for e-certificates download. After the conference, maybe after, say, 3-4 working days or within a week of conference, you can download your certificates from the website. It will be automatically mailed to your email ID also. But in case if you can't find, you can always go back. And that also depends because system automatically generates. If you make any mistake, that is your responsibility. We cannot go through all this manual procedure. It's very time consuming. And so we request everyone either to blindly follow whatever we say, or you understand all the procedures and follow. There is no other option. If you don't follow, then we are not responsible for that, because you need to understand this platform has daily 1 or 2 events. And it's very difficult to process manually. And we request everyone to understand this and you follow the instructions. There is no other option. Other platforms may be different. We are different entirely. You cannot compare us with any other platform. They do not conduct daily events, and we have entire thing is systemized. So you will only get trouble if you don't follow instructions, if you do not read instructions. So let it be clear. That's why we have conducted today morning also pre-conference sessions where we were guiding you, helping you out. So use this opportunity. Many times I see people coming at their convenience. You might have time at that time, but we will not have time, and you will be struggling. So I am very frank. Follow the instructions. read the instructions. It will not take more than 5 minutes. Otherwise, you will waste hours together wandering here or there. So all the instructions are given in your email also we have sent. In the website also it is provided. And you can see this is a very good opportunity for everyone to utilize. But we have to be disciplined ourselves. When we call ourselves professionals, we need to go to the instructions carefully. It's a very common excuse, you don't have time. If you don't have time, how we will have time? We will also not have time. Same excuse we can also tell you. Then how you will feel? So that is not an excuse expected from a professional or a research scholar or a student, whoever it may be. So we request everyone to do not ask such things which have been already informed, which has been already communicated. These things, we are not kids. So, repeatedly answering is also a great frustration, in spite of having so much patience also. These silly things are there in your mail. We have records also, everything we have record, whether you have registered or not, whether you have filled the feedback or not, how much time you have filled, how much time you have attended. Minimum attendance is required. We see many participants, those who are attending 20 minutes, 30 minutes and keep bragging for certificate. And minimum common sense is required, right? Even for asking certificate also there is format. Even while communicating also, we need to communicate properly. First, we need to introduce ourselves. How our parents has taught us, first we have to say our name and we have to introduce ourselves and then say what is the context, and everyday events are happening. If you just send, I did not receive certificate or registration link, how do you know which event you are asking? So all these, you have to be very clear what you are trying to communicate. If you don't know how to communicate, then who is going to teach you? This is not a class for teaching communication. It's not directly related to dear. Don't take it otherwise. Generally, I'm telling, these are simple things. I feel very bad about our professionals itself, asking these questions. And I can show you a lot of WhatsApp messages, It's such things you are wasting our time. And because of that, lot of, activities go pending. And you ultimately, you are only going to suffer. You, in the sense, participants and presenters are going to pay for it, for the delay. So don't waste your time. Don't waste our time. Take time to read instructions carefully. That once is enough. And we also are conducting now, because of that only, before every conference, we are conducting pre-conference session where we are helping you. We are showing you literally. And for that also, people are not attending. So we cannot do anything. So if you are not interested, then that is your headache. Because we are putting every efforts in the form also. We are sharing you Google Calendar. We are sharing you group. If you don't join any groups, we see people are not there in any part when they contact us. How you will get information? All these are some common sense things we all need to understand. And, you can't ask simple things. We should be disciplined. And when we have reached certain level, we need to be professional also. Sorry, but this is, I treat everyone as a student also. So it's my responsibility to say that we have to behave like a professional. We need to go through when there is some message sent to us, we need to spend time. Just a simple answer. If you don't have time, we also don't have time. That is the simple answer. Now you have to blame yourself on. So that is what we are not here for anything. Entire platform is free. And we are also investing. I am also a professor. I am also a researcher. I am also a practitioner. So more than you, I have a lot of work. Because I am also organizing these programs. So if you don't have work, then I also, if you don't have time, then obviously I will also not have time. So it's a common sense thing. And we are psychologists, social workers, and we need to have empathy. We need to understand what other organizers are going through or what others are going through. Otherwise, there is no point in studying psychology, social work, and all these behavioral sciences when we don't understand. So these silly things, don't keep asking. Of course, I don't mind, but repeatedly asking, because it's not that one person asked. I keep getting messages in chat box. I keep getting in WhatsApp. Everything has been sent to your email. If you have spent 5 minutes of time, you could have saved this time also for positive queries. So don't mind, but everything is systematic. If you don't follow the system, again, you are the one going to be in trouble. Because we cannot spend every day, morning, when we wake up, we have to manage everything. And apart from that, we have to keep distributing the information, event information till evening, every day, evening 6 to 8, we have session. And like conference or whatever it is, and morning, afternoon also we have session. Apart from that, we need to take classes, we need to guide students, research scholars, we need to do evaluation, we have to prepare assignments, we have to, lot of things are there. We are already overburdened, and apart from that, we also have to manage these things. And you can't imagine how much workload we are taking. But at the same time, we are there, humble, to help you. But don't misuse the opportunity. Don't waste your time and other resources. You go through it, it's 5-minute work. You can see, read. And if you are not able to understand a simple mail, what you are going to do, that is the greatest part of worry. It's not about not able to understand a simple mail. Then how you are going to prepare a project report tomorrow? How you are going to prepare documents tomorrow? How you are going to sign an agreement tomorrow? So that will put you into a greater risk. Without understanding, if you do something, then that will impact you. So that reflects a greater image of oneself if we are not organized, if we are not disciplined. So it conveys a lot when we are communicating something, when we are introducing ourselves and when we are communicating. It conveys a lot. So I request all my dear friends, colleagues, in fact, we all are family members, and we need to, portray ourselves in a better way. And we need to show ourselves in a better position. So do read instructions. Anyway, your query, you can download your certificates after 1 week by visiting the website. Website address has been already shared. You can find it in the email. And all the details are there in the registration form, which you have filled. A copy is also there in your email, where the link to download e-certificate is also present. You can go back, check your email, and go through that email. You will find all the instructions there. So only thing is we did not read. And again, whose mistake is that? So 99.99% we found all our queries are because they are not reading. The simple solution is read the instruction, whatever we are sending, take time, that will benefit you. Yeah. Akshay Kumarji, do you have any query?
Yes, sir. Sir, I don't get a registration feedback form.
आप कौन सा डिवाइस से लॉगिन हो रहे?
सर V25 मोबाइल फोन.
हाँ, तो उसमें पोल्स क्विजेस दिखाई दे रहा है?
जी सर, दिखाई दे रहा है.
हाँ, तो उस पर क्लिक करिए.
किया सर.
क्या है आपको?
पोल इन प्रोग्रेस.
हाँ, तो उस पर क्लिक कीजिए.
जी.
क्या है?
सर आ नहीं रहा है कुछ इसमें।
तो आपका कुछ प्रॉब्लम होगा, टेक्निकल प्रॉब्लम। आप
जी
आपका ऐप अपडेट कीजिए और फिर से ट्राई कीजिए।
जी
तो आपका डिटेल्स छोड़ दीजिए चैट बॉक्स में। और कल से इसीलिए हमने सुबह सेशन रखा था 11 बजे 2 बजे, और इन्फॉर्म भी किया था सबको 11 बजे ज्वाइन होने के लिए। तो वैसा ही है ना, अपना कन्वीनियंस पे अभी ज्वाइन हो जाते तो दूसरों को भी परेशान करते, खुद को भी परेशान हो जाते। तो यू कैन जस्ट लॉग इन नाउ, लॉग आउट एंड लॉग इन एंड ट्राई।
यस सर।
So any other queries? Yeah, Chandan ji, you have unmuted. You have any query? Chandan Mujumdar. Okay, then see you all tomorrow, and do circulate. We request everyone to circulate this flyer and registration link to all your friends, irrespective of any discipline, and request you to join in time. Attendance is mandatory, and due today, because we were in hurry, we are running short of time, we could not share, but after each session, we will have feedback form for 5 minutes, and we have 5 minutes only to fill the feedback form in the form of polls, and it is mandatory to keep track of your attendance, and it is also an activity tracker, whether you are active or not, and it is also mandatory for the certification. So thank you everyone for joining us. We thank all the speakers for the day, presenters for the day, and we congratulate them for joining us today. Today we had the inaugural session. First, we started with a brief introduction about the context of the conference and details about the conference. And then we moved on to the diverse ways of psychology presented by myself, Dr. Ravindra Aryan, coordinator. And then we had Sri M.V. Krishna Rao Garu, who presented on the topic Crimes and Correctional Services, who is also chief guest and also presented as part of inaugural session. Then we had Dr. Ram Jayam. He has presented on overview of Spiritual Applications Research Center, which is a research wing of Brahma Kumaris. And after that, we had Professor Wali. He has presented on tips for healthcare professionals coping with stress and compassion fatigue. And the next session followed by Dr. Sunita Bahmani. She presented on community health and social responsibility. And then the last session was by Ms. Jensel D'Souza. She presented on utilization of mental health services through primary health centers during COVID-19. So thank you and congratulations to all the presenters, and also especially all the participants who have joined. And we wish you all happy Psychology Day and also happy Psychology Week. So see you all tomorrow at 5 o'clock sharp with the same link you can join for all the 7 days. So tomorrow there will be no conference. So the next day of, that is second day of the conference, is on Sunday. On Sunday, we will be having 3 sessions: morning session, afternoon session, and evening session. Only on Sunday, we will cover topics. And if you want to present, those who are interested, you can opt for morning and as well as afternoon session. And rest of the day from Sunday, daily we will have sessions till Friday. So tomorrow and day after tomorrow, we are having another conference, which is offline and online. If you are interested, you can join with the same link. For all the events, it is the same link. So tomorrow and day after tomorrow, from 9 to 5, we have a full day conference for 2 days, which is on environment. And this is a students conference where only students are permitted to present, and participation, anyone can participate. In the registration link, we will share you tomorrow. You can join with the same joining link, and we will also provide you certificate for that, for attending 2 days. So that's why we have gap of these 2 days. If you are interested, you can join with the same link tomorrow at 9 o'clock. So see you all on Sunday morning, 11 o'clock. And we request you to circulate. And if you are already registered, not registered, quickly register. And if you would like to make a presentation, kindly follow the instructions. First register, then provide your details using the format. You can copy the format to your email and type all the details, and then attach all the required files and send to the coordinator. And then you can make a call to inform. We will verify all the details, and then we will schedule your session. Then you can check the schedule, and accordingly you can make your presentation. You make sure at least you are joining 1 hour before your session, so that if there is any delay or preponement, you can always attend to your session. And if you need participation certificate, it is different from presentation certificate. For presentations, you will only get presentation certificate. For participation certificate, you have to attend daily, or whichever day you are attending, you will get participation for that day. So presenters, if you need participation also, you need to attend all the sessions on that day or on all days. So kindly remember for the presenters. So if you are joining only for your presentation, then you might not get participation certificate. So keeping this in mind, you are requested to attend accordingly. For all the participants, whichever day you want, if you want for the entire conference, you need to attend all the days, and you will get all the 7 certificates individually. So that makes it your conference complete with all days participation. So thank you everyone for joining us and making this one conference, today's conference, very interactive. And see you all on Sunday at 11 o'clock. Take care. Good night.